June. a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
At paleontologizing, you have something in the making.
We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here today, and, welcome to the stream. We've got an exciting one today. It's gonna be part laid back and part going over some interesting topics, and doing Thursday Birds Day also, so there were some birds to kick off our Thursday Birds Day with our birds for Thursday. Anyway, everybody, welcome to Paleontologizing. Glad you could make it. If it's anybody's very first time, then an extra special welcome to you. Whether you're watching this live on Twitch right now, and hello chat, great to have you here. Whether you're watching sometime in the future, in the VOD, either on Twitch or on the YouTube channel. I just uploaded 2 VODs to YouTube this morning, so they should be up and running there now. So yeah. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaurs in particular. As you could probably guess, looking at my office here. I dig up dinosaurs across the American West with different museums and institutions like the Utah Geological Survey. I put dinosaur fossils into museums. I study them, I publish on them, and I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week right here on Twitch. So if you're interested in dinosaurs, in natural history, if you're curious about the world around you and you want to learn more about it, then I'd say you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing, and stick around. Feel free to ask some questions. Questions are the bread and butter of our streams here. Given that this is a live broadcast, it's really the crux of the whole thing. You can ask questions live, and I can answer them for you live. This is a give and take. We can have a heart-to-heart about natural history. This isn't like some staid and stolid YouTube video where, like, somebody's lecturing at you. We can have a conversation here, which is pretty excellent. And that's why I think Twitch is such a wonderful medium for science outreach. Better than any other I've ever seen. So, welcome. And let me know if you got any questions. Yeah. Yeah, and I do this full-time nowadays, by the way. Kirsten, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, that sub goal there. We try and hit those whenever we can. I know not everybody can afford to contribute, but this is my full-time job. And, yeah, if I don't make money here, I don't make money anywhere. So I don't eat. So yeah, support your local starving scientist through subscribing, if you feel like it. I'd appreciate it. Let's go through chat real quick. We'll say hello to almost everybody. Shoot, we're missing the top of chat already. Let's see, can I reach it from, I can't. Wow, that's already gone. Anyway, let's say hello to some people in chat real quick, and then we'll get started. Hopefully we'll have some questions by the time I get to the bottom. Yeah. Anyway, Tarquin, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Tarquin, Eddie Scarin. Travel the World, I did get your package in the mailbox. Thank you, Travel. Really appreciate that. I'll open that in just a little bit. I also got something in the P.O. box, too, that I'm excited to show off. I don't know who sent it, but it was, it's pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Nolo got the song there. That was Heart-Shaped Box. It's a cover of a Nirvana song. Nolo, good ears. Go for Fluffernut. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Fluffer. Ragnar Rocker. Howdy, howdy. You stick around. You might just get a gift sub soon. You never know. MS Coggins. How are you doing? And Check Morticia. Are you still here? Welcome. I know time zones are a big bugaboo sometimes, but I appreciate you being here, Check Morticia. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're getting ready to go to sleep. Hope you sleep well when you do. You should check out the YouTube channel when you can't be live here, because I post all the VODs to YouTube nowadays. You can check them out. Every broadcast goes up on YouTube afterward in its entirety. Or as much as copyright allows. Sometimes YouTube's a little capricious about that. Desmodus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Leon's Gambit is back. Yes, Surfer Rock Nirvana. Yes, indeed. Papa Meow Meow, what's shaking with you? Great to have you. And Claire Burr. Claire Burr, a big paleontologizing salute to Claire Burr. By the way, did you notice the new emotes, everybody? New emote, I should say. Yeah. Very nice. I put that together before stream today, and thank you, Claire, for kind of pushing me to do that. And, oh yeah. Anyway, appreciate you, Claire. Arle says, Tradoon, how you doing, Arle? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Golganek. Was shaken. Good to have you. The Lenina. Paleontologizing salute to you too, Lenina. Welcome, welcome. It's great to see you. And I saw Blue Front here earlier too. Blue Front, you're going to love my Thursday Birds Day bird for Thursday. Might be directly relevant to you, Blue Front. I was surprised to see it and get picture and video of it. So stay tuned for that. Somebody type in the birds command too, because not everybody here knows what Thursday Birds Day is, so let's fill them in. Somebody type in the birds command. But yeah. And Golganek says, does anyone listen to the podcast Common Descent? I think I've heard of it. I've never listened to it, though. Did they refer to Danny's parody trailer of 65 at the very end? Or did another person copy him or have the same spot-on idea? Golganek, we might have to track that down and see. Holy cow. Yeah. Reno 420. How are you doing, Reno? Welcome, welcome. Mischievous Tradoon indeed. Yeah. The bird signal, says Golganak. Yes. But yeah. All the explosions, Golganak. Yes, indeed. Trithier, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Blinkster, that was special. Thank you, Blinkster. That was a very measured compliment, which, as we all know, is the best kind of compliment. Appreciate that, Blinkster. And let's see, March 10th. It's the 20th. No, it's not Ragnarocker. That game did not come out 20 years ago. That would make me almost 90 years old. Well, no, I'm sorry. No, I was a year old when that game came out because I'm 21 and single, you know? Like all successful Twitch streamers. 21 and single, of course. Just like Freckled Science says, you know? He's right. No, that's wild, Ragnarocker. Holy cow. Yeah. Eddie Scarin says, is Dreadnoughtus bigger than Argentinosaurus? Probably not, but we don't have complete skeletons of either, and we only have a handful of specimens of both. So we don't really know. We don't know how big either of them could get, you know? Yeah. And how accurate or inaccurate is Disney's dinosaur movie? Oh man, I could spend all stream talking about that, Ragnarocker. You've got wonderful questions, but they're questions that would take an entire stream to answer. It's not as good as I would have liked, but it's better than a lot of other movies. I don't know, I'll put it that way, Ragnarocker, for now. Yeah. And... oh, yeah, and TV Roby, yeah, another Triceratops stolen from the United States. Flown to a foreign land after being sold to the highest bidder. What a shame. But yeah.
Ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus.
Cephalon Wolf.
Mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age.
Holy cow.
Meat eater with long dagger-like teeth.
Here is to another 5.
Cephalon Wolf, thank you so much for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, Cephalon Wolf. It's great to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. Roland Elliart says hello from Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa de España? Roland Elliart? Or are you talking about in the North Bay? Yeah. It is, of course, I am streaming to you all from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area right now. Where it is, it's still beautiful, but it's not quite so sunny, actually, at the moment. Yeah, here we go. Here's a webcam for the Port of Oakland here. Or somewhere nearby. This is kind of near where I live. You could see San Francisco in the distance, or maybe you can't, because it's so foggy and rainy and gray out there. But, yeah. It's, we're getting some more rain, which is nice, Yeah. Anyway, Roland, I hope you're enjoying the rain up there in Santa Rosa. And Check Morticia, you are still here? Good to see you, Check Morticia. I hope you had a good day today. Hope you're winding down for bed. Hope you're, ready to get some good rest. Yeah. Oh, and interesting, Check Morticia. No, I get that. There's something magical about being able to watch live on Twitch. I get that. So if anybody is watching this on YouTube later on, come join us live on Twitch if you can make it, if the time zone difference works for you. You can ask questions live in chat. It's always a good time, So yeah. Anyway, appreciate you, Morticia. I really do. Peter Steves. Birds indeed. How you doing, Peter Steves? Welcome. Jody Fish, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome, Jody Fish. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad you have that, Jody Fish. B-Shade, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah. And you wonder what it could be, Lenina. Wait, the... Did you send this to me, Lenina? The stamps? Are those from you? Or, wait, or maybe you're talking about the bird. Lenina's talking about the bird, I think. Never mind. And I spoilt it. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Released in 2003. I know, I was making a joke, Ragnarok. I was making a joke. Anyway. You're older than... You're more than 110 years old, Kirsten Games? I mean, you're older than 21 years old, Kirsten Games? Anyway, Runelore, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And, Rebel Decibel. Oh, pterosaurs are not bats, nor are they birds, Rebel Decibel. We can talk about that in a bit, too. Yeah. We gotta look at this common descent thing. We gotta look at pterosaurs not being bats or birds, or dinosaurs, for that matter. Yeah. I'm trying to keep track of these things as I make my way down through chat. Yeah. Anyway. Scrolling. Subsonic Flight, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Subsonic Flight. Glad to have you here. And you're referring to the burb. Gotcha, Lenina. Thank you. Yeah. Sending something to me next week, Lenina. Holy cow. I hope it's... I was gonna make a joke about... You know when somebody says, oh, you know, you can call me anything you want, just don't call me late for dinner. I hope it's not an invitation to dinner that's late, Lenina, or what... That joke didn't work. We'll workshop it, you know? Let's see. And Claire Burr has found it. Claire Burr, you are MVP. Holy cow. Let's see about that. Yeah. I think they mention your parody. Really, Claire Burr? That would be pretty neat. Yeah. And Ragnarocker. Let's see. I have no idea, Ragnarocker. I don't even know if all 5 of those islands are still considered... It's like a religious text or something. Considered canon, you know? I don't know if the Cardinals have met about that and held a tribunal. I don't... Ever since Jurassic World came out, I'm not even sure if, like, The Lost World or Jurassic Park 3 are still considered part of that canon, you know?
Game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Ripologa, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Let me know if you got any questions. Yeah. Yeah, so I really don't know, Ragnarocker. I'm not an expert on extended Jurassic Park lore. I'm really not. If you've got questions about, you know, dinosaurs as animals, that's what I'm here for, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And, Kirsten Games says, can we talk about the bird with the giant claws in the newest Jurassic movie? We can, Kirsten Games, we can indeed. Interesting that you call it a bird. It was once considered a turtle, Kirsten Games. Now it's considered a therizinosaur, but we'll talk about that, Kirsten Games. There's even a new video that came out from PBS Eons that talks about therizinosaurs, so that's a beautiful excuse to watch that new video. That'll be neat. Yeah. And... Oh, interesting, Dinosaur Dave. Well, shoot. Monsters, not dinosaurs. Well, I guess I'm gonna see it this weekend with iOS. I still have to get tickets for that. But, we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. I have no idea what you're talking about, Ragnarocker. You completely lost me. Buck and Doe from The Lost World? I don't remember those characters. I've never seen Camp Cretaceous. I don't know what... Yeah, Ragnarokers, sorry. I work on fossils. I'm not really up to date on the... I don't know, on all the different media, you know? Dr. Javasaurus' Buck and Doe are the T-Rex mommy and daddy. Oh, the male and female Tyrannosaurus from the Lost World? The one that they push several vehicles off the cliff? Okay, okay. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this right here. Thank you again, Claire Burr, for tracking this down for us. What was the timestamp? Let me scroll up. It was at the end, right? So many chats. 1 hour, 54 minutes in. Let's see here.
You're listening to the Common Descent Podcast.
Okay. Let's go to 154 something.
Yeah. What is that even? What is it? Did something cool happen?
Yeah. What are we referring to? I'm excited to find out.
So, to answer your question, the date shifted because we got better and we adjusted something by a tiny percent that happened to affect the number.
That happened to affect a very famous.
And the name happened because scientists are constantly arguing and trying to decide the best way to do the words.
Yeah, because deep.
Okay, so what we're talking about here, and what they're talking about here, is, yeah. Is this film, which comes out today or tomorrow, or depends on where you live in the world, I suppose. But, anyway, yeah. There's a trailer right there. Anyway, this guy crash lands on an unknown planet 65 million years ago, I guess. Which is funny because it's supposed to have dinosaurs in it. At least that's what the trailer seems to imply. Is that we've got dinosaurs. Yeah. Here we go. Uh-oh. And then you gotta shoot them. You know, they're just living their lives. Why you gotta do that? Anyway. But that's literally the title of the film is 65. And the trailer says 65 million years ago, etc. And so that's what they're talking about here on this podcast.
We're just Star Wars nerds.
Because we want to put it all in boxes and we got to decide the right...
And did I already overshoot it? 154.38 is the reference. Okay. Here we go.
Who were like, well, you shouldn't be meeting any dinosaurs, though.
Yep.
Because the end Cretaceous is 66 million years ago. And there was someone who made a...
Hang on. Let's go back a little bit further so we get the context there.
So I think that this discussion is liable to get us hate mail from tertiary fans and also Star Wars fans.
Yeah, if you love the tertiary or episode 3, we will happily...
Hang on, tertiary? I don't think we really use that term anymore, right? Isn't it Paleogene now? I think it used to be that, you know, the earlier part, there was the Quaternary up here, and then we used to call this the tertiary period. No longer.
No, glue is cheap.
Rax the Pigeon.
Streams because here in Italy it's too late, but you read the only one that truly deserves my sub, less than 3 paleo.
I truly appreciate that, Rax the Pigeon. Thank you. I really, really do appreciate that, Rax the Pigeon. Thank you for that Prime sub, and thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I wish that, I don't know, everybody could watch live. But that's the nature of a live broadcast, as time zones kind of get in the way there. Rax, thank you so much for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you. I am deeply grateful for your support. Yeah. 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 And Claire Burr says, I think they were talking about people who still use the word tertiary. Well, let's go back further. And
until something is decided.
Yeah, well, that question has come up with species names as well. Of like, we are realizing we should shift where this species is, but everyone knows this name because it's Triceratops or something like that.
Well, it's Tyrannosaurus.
It's Tyrannosaurus
Because that is an example of where they made an exception to the rule.
Okay.
It will be so monumentally more confusing to make the change that technically makes the most sense from just a...
Are they talking about Greg Paul's T-Rex? Anyway, I'm sorry, this is not the most terrible live viewing experience. Not the most enthralling live viewing experience right now, listening to a podcast, but I think they make a reference to me. Potentially. Let's see.
Standpoint.
Right, by the rules.
But language is not just a logical system. Language is about communication, and that you also have to take in consideration of, all right, but does anyone use tertiary except for the people who made this list of reasons to use the tertiary?
Right.
Okay.
If the answer is no, then the Occam's razor.
You're right, Claire.
So I think that this discussion is liable to get us hate mail from tertiary fans and also Star Wars fans.
Yeah, if you love the tertiary or episode 3, we will happily...
We
I don't
will
get
debate
that.
you live on stage.
Okay.
No, we will not. We will not debate you. We will not entertain that sort of nonsense. Thank you, Sam, for that very insightful question. This has actually been a popular discussion recently because
There we go.
of the movie that's coming out.
Yep.
Is called 65, and I saw a bunch of dorks on Twitter. I say that lovingly.
Oh, yes.
Who were like...
I'm sorry. But this seems to me to be a case of the pot calling the kettle black here. Excuse me?
Well, you shouldn't be meeting any dinosaurs, though.
Yep.
Because the end Cretaceous is 66 million years ago, and there was someone who made a trailer... Like a fan trailer.
It's just them walking around.
That was Adam Driver walking around with like the gun and everything, but they spliced in like early Paleogene mammals.
Yeah. No, it would be funny to just have a paleontologist wide reaction of like, so what's the significance of the title? Like,
yeah. What is that even? What is it? Did something cool happen?
Yeah. What are we referring to? I'm excited to find out.
So, to answer your question, the date shifted.
Anyway.
We got better and we adjusted.
Yeah, I think this is Paul Rennie, and I think he published that paper. I think that might have been the paper that officially changed the date. Paul Rennie and co., geochronologists and geologists and paleontologists. Paul Rennie, his lab is at Berkeley, just down the road from me here, in beautiful, sunny, coastal California. But yeah. Anyway. So yeah, and now I suppose I gotta show you the, Actually, when did this podcast episode come out? 5 days ago, apparently. 5 days ago. Yeah. And apparently they saw this, which it didn't get nearly as much attention as I was hoping it would. I was hoping that everybody would just eat this thing up. But, very few people actually did from... Here. Let's find this. And then let's find my media. And using that, we should be able to track this thing down. And we'll see when I posted that. It was a good while ago, I think. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, you know what? It got 50 retweets. That's a good number. Anyway. This is for the film 65, and, yeah, as I showed you, right here, well, as I'm going to show you right now, the end of the Cretaceous period is actually 66 million years ago. So we used to say 65. For decades, we thought it was 65 million years ago that the asteroid struck. Nowadays, we realize it's 66. Dyson Dinosaur. Dyson Dinosaur, thank you for the raid. How are you all doing? welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Fantastic. Holy cow, yeah. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What did you get up to? It's something called Just Chatting. Very, very nice. And you just spoke about 65. Well, excellent. You are here just in time then, Dyson Dinosaur. I've not seen it yet, but I was explaining this real quick. You know what, gotta go with linear time here. I don't know why linear time is not the default. I would make it that way. But anyway, the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, at the end of the Cretaceous period, that was 66 million years ago. We used to think it was 65. That number's become quite famous. But it's been, I think it was, what, 2013? It's like a solid decade ago. Solid 10 years ago. That we recognized that, nope, it's actually 66 million years ago. Our dating methods got better. We're able to put a more precise date on it. So 66. So if Adam Driver and his crew were to crash land on Earth 65 million years ago, that would put them after the asteroid impact. You wouldn't have any non-avian dinosaurs. Instead, you'd have, what, little tiny mammals and stuff like that? So, yeah, I put together this recut trailer for your enjoyment and edification. So, you look.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
The atmosphere is breathable. There's something alien out there. You need to be quiet and move.
So yeah, there you go. I hope you get the joke. Once again, 65 million years is a full million years after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. So instead, you just have little mammals and stuff like that that just kind of barely squeaked their way through that extinction event. Perhaps literally, you know? It would be little critters like, lepticticids, or whatever you'd like to call them. However you'd like to pronounce these critters. You know, these little guys. You know? That's one of your larger mammals from the... I don't even know if these guys were around in the early Paleocene. It may still be... They may have been even smaller and more shrew-like in that moment. But anyway. Yeah. Little critters like this. So yeah, kind of like a Sangi, Claire, but not actually closely related to a Sangi. Superficially similar. I used Sangi footage for that, but because I didn't want to just use clips from Walking with Prehistoric Beasts. So anyway, thank you for the follows on Twitter there, Zach and Last Mohican. I appreciate that. Welcome. Anyway, that extinction event was a real doozy. And when I was at Berkeley the other day, seeing some of my old friends at the museum. Yeah. This was there too, which I need to find the source on this. But, yeah, this is, I guess, extinction rates for different groups of vertebrate animals across the KPG boundary. So 100% of the non-avian dinosaurs went extinct. 90% of the mammals also went extinct at the boundary. It hit mammals really hard, too. It's not like mammals emerged unscathed. It's only a very small percentage of our mammalian ancestors. Well, it was our ancestors who survived among the mammals. So yeah. Apparently 92% of lizards and snakes also were wiped out at the boundary. 94% of bird taxa. 22% of caudates. These are amphibians that have got tails. 22% of turtles. 20% of crocodilians and champsosaurs, who should probably be separate groups. Those are not... Are champsosaurs even archosaurs? I think they're different. 40% of fishes. These are in North America. So these are all like terrestrial ecosystems and also, you know, inland waterways for these guys. This is like the Hell Creek Formation. So yeah. Gabriel the Fair says, mass extinction causing asteroid? Crocodiles don't care that much. Yeah. You know, they can kind of... For one thing, they could probably retreat to burrows. They can feed on detritus and other crud. Just like turtles could, and fishes, and salamanders. But the creatures that lived on land nearly got wiped out entirely, and the non-avian dinosaurs did entirely. Yeah. So interesting stuff. Yeah. And thank you, Dr. Tara. Yeah, why don't... If you have those, Dr. Tara, throw them into chat real quick. And we'll take a look at those also. Then we'll do some dinosaur deep dives. We still have to do Gastornis from last week for Tarquin. And then we've got to do this one here for... Where was this? We had a new one today. Who was that? Saurolophus from Moonrise Rabbit. Yeah. Not Parasaurolophus. The OG Saurolophus. So yeah. Oh, hang on. The 3D printer is working, despite what the camera shows you right now. There we go. Yeah, the 3D printer is actually working quite nicely. Holy cow. Happiest Kali. 28 months of support from Happiest Kali. I appreciate that tremendously, Kali. Thank you. Holy cow. Extraordinary. That's almost a whole year. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah, 28 is huge. Huge! Smorphosaurus. Huge. Incredible. Happiest Kali, thank you for keeping me here online for the past 28 months, and it seems you've discovered the new emote as well. Salute to you. Happiest Kali, I appreciate you so much. Thanks for being a member of this community, keeping me here online through your support. There, it's just in the process of fixing this. Webcam is way too dark. So let's configure that video there. And... No. Why is that? Restore to defaults. That's about good. Yeah. You know what? That's better than nothing. We're lucky we have got a working camera at all over there. I say that and then the camera stops working. Shoot darn it. I've never had trouble with this camera until recently. There we go. Let's try and leave it there for now. But yeah, we're printing part of a full-size, full-grown Allosaurus skull. There we go. This is going to take a long time. I might not even get done with this before I leave for the field this year. But yeah, this is going to be gargantuan. This sucker's like 1 meter long. She's a big lady. This Allosaurus skull. Take a look. That's it compared to an apple. You know, a domestic earth apple right there. The skull's gonna be enormous. And I can't wait until it's done. I'm gonna change up the light on this, change out the battery on this light that just went dead. And then we'll take a look at Dr. Terra's trailers there. So hang on just a minute here. There we go. That's a little bit better. Too bright now. There we go. Much better. Okay. Yeah. Apples are metric, says Lenina. Yeah, there you go. 1 metric apple. Yeah, huge, gigantic. See, Happiest Collie's making some iOS references there. Yeah. That's at least 1/2 a Lordy, Dr. Javasaurus. This is maybe 1/8 of a Lordy, actually. Lordy famously is 9 feet tall. At least. On a short day. So yeah, this is... Anyway, yeah. But good stuff. Dr. Terra, thank you again for posting those. Let's open both of these. Right here. Interesting. Wait, are these the same thing? Official trailer 1 and 2. We might only watch one of these. Interesting. I've never heard of this before.
The dinosaurs.
Thanks for having a listen. It's
Ah.
not as bad as that clip sounds. They had just explained the reasons behind the shift from Triassic, greater than Paleogene, and 65 greater than
Okay.
for a listener.
Gotcha, Golgan. Hey, thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to be ragging on the podcast that you sent in. I hope it didn't come across that way. No, I'm sure it's great. If you listen, that's the thing about podcasts, you know? That's not really a medium that's amenable to, short clips. A podcast is kind of a long-form thing. In the same way that I suppose a live stream is. You take a random snippet of any live stream and you show it to somebody who's not familiar with that, and they'll go, "What is this? Why would anyone spend their time listening to this?" You know? Or watching this. So yeah, I'm sure it's, in its full context, once you get to know the hosts and everything, I'm sure it's much more, I'm sure it makes a lot more sense, you know? So anyway, thank you, Golganek. Thank you for pointing that out. It shows me that sometimes the stuff that I make does actually, even if it doesn't seem like it reaches a wide audience, it makes an impact on people, you know? So yeah. Words, says Reno. Yes, indeed. Reno reciting some Shakespeare there. That's from Hamlet, isn't it? Yeah, I know my Hamlet. To be or to don't, because that's, Joe, that's the thing, you know? Yeah. Let's watch this trailer. I don't know what this is. Dr. Terra sent it. Is this Korean? Chinese? Let's see. Huh. Okay. We've got some sauropods, titanosaurs maybe? Are those like Eutyrannus? What was that? Interesting. That looks like Pelicanomymus almost. This looks pretty lovely, I gotta say. Wow. Those Edmontosaurs, a theropod, and a ankylosaur fighting. A lovely view of dinosaurs as not monsters. And pterosaurs too. This looks really excellent. I gotta say. Very nice. You know, it looks beautiful. This looks like something that has real affection for its dinosaurs, and, you know, they actually care about making them authentic and not overly cartoony or anything. I don't know. I've not seen the full thing. Hey, you know what? Let's watch the second one, too. Yeah. And it might help if I turn the sound on. Is this from the Maastrichtian? 66 million years ago. Southern Hemisphere. Was that Carnotaurus or some kind of a belosaur there? Titanosaurs? Gondwana? A Spinosaurid? Spinosaurs didn't live back then. Huh. Okay, wow. Was that Ostroraptor there? Or not Ostroraptor. Australovenator? The Megaraptoran from Australia? This is really cool. You know, it's usually Laurasian dinosaurs that get all the attention. Having some Gondwanan dinosaurs getting some love. Machiacosaurus, they showed there with its skull. This looks like it's gonna be a positive thing, you know? Okay. Interesting.
Spared no expense.
And thank you, Golganek, for gifting Reno 420. Really appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you.
269 gift subs in the channel.
That is excellent. Holy cow, that is a lot of gift subs, Golganek. Incredible. Really appreciate you. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. In the future, I believe it will be on Curiosity Stream. Very nice, Dr. Tara. Okay. Cool. And Atreus. It does look good, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And I think NHK is the official Japanese media company. Oh, interesting, MS Coggins. Okay. Very cool. And happy Thursday Birds Day to you too, Miss Yvette. Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah. On public media. So that's almost like Japan's PBS. Or BBC or something like that. Cool, MS Coggins. Cool. Nippon something. That makes sense in Taos, yeah. Traditional Japanese name for nation of Japan. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for sharing that, Dr. Tara. Those were neat. I like those. Yeah. I'm intrigued. Gotta say that. Yeah. So anywho. Yeah. I believe we have some dinosaur deep dives to cover. Why don't we do Gastornis first, aka Diatryma, for Tarquin. Tarquin, are you here right now? Let's first determine that Tarquin is here, so that Tarquin can see this dinosaur deep dive, and then we'll proceed with it. You are Tarquin. Yeah, let's do it. This is an animal that it holds a special place in my heart. I can tell you a story about this particular animal. When I was a kid, I was scared to death of Diatryma, aka Gastornis. And thank you, Golganek, for gifting Miss Yvette. I appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you. Look, We're 1/10 of the way to our sub goal for the day. Thanks to you, Golganek. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. And yeah, Miss Yvette can now use the new emote, Paleo Salute. Yeah.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered. Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Oh, here we go. Ooh. Man, when I was a kid, growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area, we didn't really have, like, a public fossil museum here in the Bay Area. I'd actually never really been to, like, a dinosaur museum. There may be a couple of traveling exhibits that I'd been to. The Bay Area doesn't really have a whole lot of stuff like that. The closest thing that we had, that was open to the public, was the California Academy of Sciences in Golden Gate Park. And they had a beautiful walk through time exhibit. And there's no chance that there's a video on YouTube, is there? Walk through time. No, I don't think so. This was long before the age of YouTube videos, you know? The California Academy of Sciences actually closed because the building was not earthquake safe. So they were going to close the whole thing, knock it all down, and rebuild it. And when they rebuilt it, they didn't have the walk through time anymore. No longer could you go downstairs and then walk through millions of years of evolution of life on Earth in this wonderful grand tour. All these wonderful dioramas and everything, they didn't have them anymore. I don't know. So this is something that is lost. They probably don't exist anywhere in the world now. But this had such an impact on me when I was a kid. There's a diorama with these... Yeah, you're walking through time. You go through the age of dinosaurs, which was always very cool. They had models by Stephen and Sylvia Cherkis. You've probably seen their Deinonychus before. Here we go. Yeah, you've seen this before, right, Chad? Their Deinonychus. So anyway, you're going through, and then there's the extinction event. Bam! No more non-avian dinosaurs. But you walk around the corner after all this devastation, and one of the scariest things I ever saw as a kid was this. These big old flightless birds with these huge murderous looking beaks and these big staring yellow eyes. And I remember being legitimately freaked out by this when I was a kid. You know, I wasn't afraid of dinosaurs, obviously, unlike a lot of other kids. Dinosaurs were fascinating to me. Same with most other ancient critters, but something about this diorama. These big shaggy birds like that. It's like Big Bird from hell. Just really, really disconcerting. And I remember being like legitimately afraid that they would eat me when I was a child. Not really. I knew they were dioramas, but like something about them just frightened me. And yeah. This is Diatrima, aka Gastornis. I bet you I can find you. There we go. This is from Walking with Prehistoric Beasts. Apologies if you're watching this on YouTube. You won't be able to hear it, because YouTube would probably freak out about this and make it so I couldn't upload the video. But here we go. This is after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. Uh-oh. Those little horses getting turned. That's a bad idea when you've got Diatrima, aka Gastornis, walking around. Yeah. There we go. There's Leptictidium, like I showed you earlier. Ambulocetus. Uh-oh. Look at this critter. Less shaggy than they show it in the other one. I think it honestly looks a lot scarier in the other diorama. Yeah. So cool. Oh, man. Yowza. Oof. Gruesome. Yeah. Yeah. Instead of today when it's, the other way around. I'm kidding. Did I thank you for your follow earlier, Beefy Fries Guy? Did I completely miss that? Welcome, Beefy Fries Guy. Anyway, a world where birds eat horses. Yeah. The funny thing is, though, this remarkable creature, Diatryma, that was its name from North America, I believe. We've also got similar ones from Europe, which might well be the same taxon. There they were called Gastornis. Come on, Google Images. They might well be the same critter. Yeah. Gastornis. That name means something bird. Stomach bird? What does it mean? Eating bird? I don't know. Fossils have been found in Europe, Asia, and North America, with the remains from North America originally assigned to the genus Diatryma. Really, really cool critter. This is the traditional kind of shaggy look for these critters. Sort of based on like a cassowary. In fact, you can really see the influence of a cassowary on the long bristle-like feathers, especially on the hands there. Yeah. How big were these murder birds, says Hogan? They were big. Not quite this big, but they're big. There you go. Yeah. There's a nice comparison right there. So the thing is, these critters are no longer considered to be murderous, carnivorous death beasts. They may have been mostly herbivorous. I think there were some isotopic studies that were done on them. Let's take a look. Classification. They're most closely related to like ducks and geese, it seems. And Seriformes. Yeah. And diet. A long-standing debate. Whoop. Surrounding Gastornis is the interpretation of its diet. It's been often depicted as a predator of contemporary small mammals, which famously included the early horse Eohippus. And this is a depiction that was burned into my memory as a child. And it always freaked me out just a little bit. Something about these critters. It's not just the Calacademy diorama there. It's also just its depiction in popular media, too. I'm gonna put that book. I think it's in the Big Golden Book of Dinosaurs, which had a big influence on me when I was a kid. A big golden influence, you might even say. Yeah. We get to here. What happened to the dinosaurs? Spoiler alert, they died, except for birds. Yeah. But then, holy cow, after the dinosaurs, you have these enormous, very leggy, like, obscenely leggy birds. Just, it's like, put those away. Cover up. My goodness. Decent. Yeah. So yeah, after the dinosaurs, more dinosaurs. There you go, Claire Burr, yes. And here's some, just, yeah, they're gonna go wreck those little horses. All the pretty little horses. Meals for Diatryma. Yeah. Anyway. This is kind of the traditional view of these critters, but nowadays, we think that they were probably mostly herbivorous. You know? Yeah. Recent evidence suggests that Gastornis was likely a true herbivore. Studies of the calcium isotopes in the bones of specimens of Gastornis by Thomas Tutkin and colleagues showed no evidence that it had meat in its diet. The geochemical analysis further revealed that its dietary habits were similar to those of both herbivorous dinosaurs and mammals when it was compared to known fossil carnivores such as Tyrannosaurus rex, leaving Phorusrhacids as the only major carnivorous flightless birds. So, this critter which so terrified me when I was a child, it still would have, I don't know, it's still kind of freaky, but, probably would be less inclined to eat me, you know? Or any kind of meat. So it's kind of like a demon duck, Tarquin. Yeah, I think Australia's demon ducks were also herbivorous. I think so, Tarquin. Which is interesting, because they're not related. These guys go extinct, they left no descendants. So demon ducks are kind of like the same exact body plan, evolving convergently again, millions of years later. So yeah. Very cool. So yeah. But man, this one in particular always freaked me out. Like this... I talked a little bit the other day about how when I was in high school, I did like an art auction. In order to raise money for the University of California Museum of Paleontology. I held a solo art auction and exhibition at my school to raise funds for UCMP. And I didn't raise all that much money. It was, yeah. But it was fun, you know, and some people from UCMP actually showed up in support, and it was lovely. It really was. But one of the paintings that I did was of that bird right there. I was able to find a photo of it online and then put it onto like a dark, you know, painting with acrylic paints on canvas. Just like it's just emerging out of the darkness toward the viewer, like out of a nightmare. Yeah, it was a lot of fun to do. I think I spent the most time and effort on that particular painting. That image just really spoke to me. So yeah. Anyway. Better than a lemonade stand, Danny. This is true, Reno, yeah. I would hope as a high schooler I'd have a more lucrative business than a lemonade stand, but yeah. Have I shown off my art on stream? I have, Creatrix Brit, yeah. The emotes are my own art. That's my own art too, the starting soon screen. Yeah, and I'll be showing off some more later too. Of course, I did the... Here. I still have to finish this critter, but I'm going to be 3D printing this guy. Once he's done. Not the sphere, but, this right here. I still have to add some more feathers and then pose this critter in a neat pose, at a base and everything. But that'll be replacing my Victorian Iguanodon right here. We're gonna have Triarchunkus instead. This is, the last of the Alvarezsaur dinosaurs. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of my art nowadays is 3D, which is always a ton of fun to do. So yeah. Anyway, it's good to see you, Brett. How are you doing? Welcome back. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Danny paints? I don't paint in physical media anymore. It turned out to be too expensive. All my stuff's digital now. Unless I, 3D print it. Oh boy. And hang on a minute. I don't know what's up with this camera today. But it keeps freezing up on us. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, Reno, I don't know about that, but thank you. I don't have artist in my name, Reno. You do. Yeah. And 420 is a big number. That means good art, right, Reno? But yeah, but I am 21, of course, Reno, yes. It's all, you know, wannabe successful Twitch streamers are. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Claire Burr, important point. Yes, if Reno streamed, they'd be 21 too. There you go, Reno. Yeah. 21 and single, yes, like all Twitch streamers. Anywho, why don't we? And there was something else we were gonna do. Yeah, we talked about Gastornis. Thank you, Tarquin. What a cool critter, Gastornis. Actually, maybe we'll find a quick video and then we'll do Saurolophus there for Moonrise Rabbit. Moonrise Rabbit, you still here? Can we do your Saurolophus? I don't know if we're gonna be able to find a particularly good one. That's okay. Yeah. Anyway, Gastornis is such a cool critter. It really is. Yeah. And there you go, Tarquin. Yeah, you should start streaming. And Kirsten Games has just ordered my paleontologizing shirt. Very cool, Kirsten. I hope you enjoy that. Yeah. Definitely don't do like I did, where you fix a bicycle while wearing it, and then you get axle grease on the shirt, and there's a big black spot, and you go, oh, I can cover that up with some white paint, and then it looks even worse than it did with the black spot. Don't do that. So yeah. Let's do Saurolophus there for... Shoot, are you here right now? We gotta do it anyway. I can't let a dinosaur deep dive go undone. Undoved. Let's do Saurolophus for Moonrise Rabbit. Yeah, there you are, Moonrise Rabbit. Excellent. Beautiful. So Saurolophus is a really important duck-billed dinosaur. It was discovered very early on up in Canada. I think by maybe it was by Barnum Brown in the Red Deer River Valley in Alberta. But Saurolophus, I'm trying to find you a decent image here. A lot of these are lousy. That's not terrible, but it's a little meh. That's a decent Saurolophus there. I like that a lot. It's got some personality too. Saurolophus. Well rendered there. And there's a beautiful old Jurassic Park Institute illustration of it. Yeah. So Saurolophus, the name means lizard crest. And this is one of the first, like, truly well-known duck-billed dinosaurs, known from good material. Let's see if we can find the original descriptive paper of it, actually. Given that this is a dinosaur deep dive, and this is a non-avian dinosaur taxon, I betcha I can find the original descriptive paper. In my library here. Let's see. 1981, 1984, 2010. We gotta go older than that. 1913, now we're talking. Yeah. Beautiful. Let's have ourselves a look at that. Here is the original descriptive paper, I believe. Yeah. Of Saurolophus. This is the birth of this animal in the scientific literature right here. By Barnum Brown from the American Museum of Natural History. Barnum Brown, famously the same guy who discovered and named Tyrannosaurus Rex. Well, no, excuse me. He didn't name Tyrannosaurus Rex. That was Henry Fairfield Osborn, his boss. Barnum Brown discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Really famous dinosaur paleontologist. And I have got a feeling he's going to show up in a video that we'll watch later on in this broadcast, too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very funny, Vigilante. Saurolophus James Jenkins, come inside for your dinner. Yeah. And Claire Burr, that's actually a phenomenal idea, and I gotta write that down right now before I forget. The dive klaxon. We can make this happen maybe right now live on stream. Or no, I'll do it later. But, yeah, the dive alarm. Let's see. Here we go. Be prepared for a loud noise. There you go. We should have that. That's a brilliant idea there, Claire Burr. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. And make a note of this right now, and that way when somebody redeems a dinosaur deep dive, we will... Oh, holy cow, Claire Burr. There's another one there. There we go. Yeah. Oh, come on, camera. Here, give me just a second. I gotta check on something. Still raining outside. Lovely. But yeah. It was pretty quiet. Well, I'll make sure it's not as quiet later, Sergeant Raccoon. Yeah. What would you call a pair of Saurolophus? That's a tricky one, Hogan. Anyway, Saurolophus. Back to this critter. A very funny LT. These dinosaurs are 3D printed that I have here in my office. But the real ones that I dig up are obviously not 3D printed. But yeah. Yeah. Man, this goes back a long ways. 1913. The discovery of this new genus of the family Trachodontidae was first announced through the publication of a detailed description of the skull. In 1912. So, okay. 1912, I guess, is when Saurolophus was officially published. But this is like the... Here we go. Where it really makes its debut as a dinosaur to be reckoned with. Very cool. Do we have illustrations here? There we go. Yeah, there's the type specimen there in the ground, lying on its right side, skull surrounded by ripple-marked sandstone. Vertebral column at left, tail extending under the man. This being the man wearing a hat right there. So tail's going under there. Very nice. And we have an illustration. There we go. Yeah, you got to turn your head sideways. But look, there's the skull, the neck. You got the ribs, vertebrae, there's the tail. Very nice. And I think you can still see this specimen to this very day at AMNH in New York. Yeah. There's that there, like we just saw. But is it still there in the same pose? I want to say it is. I want to say I've seen this in the flesh, or in person, so to speak. AMNH. Is it still there? They may have remounted it, or it might be in storage. I don't know. Shoot. I think it is in storage. I think we saw that in a video last week, didn't we? Anywho. But yeah, the neck was very much out of alignment, Moonrise Rabbit. Yes, indeed. They didn't have all the cervical vertebrae. I think it might still be a little bit of a mystery how long the neck was exactly.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world. Living creatures from the dawn of time.
Well, well, well.
What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Octavius
no.
and their 51 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
And havoc they shall wreak. Octavius King, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. How's everybody doing? Admiral Nieder. Admiral Nieder. You have failed me for the last time. No, you're welcome to Paleontologizing, Admiral. Good to have you here. Yeah, the rats have arrived. Welcome. Jade-clad Wanderer. Jade-clad Wanderer. Excuse me. Yeah. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. If it's your first time here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Admiral Nieder, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Well done. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature. And now I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week here. And, I do. The Eternal. We've got a few of those.
The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
Megbop, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Eternal, there's a number of different very well-preserved dinosaurs. They tend to be hadrosaurs. Right now, we're talking about this dinosaur, Saurolophus. A viewer redeemed a dinosaur deep dive on this critter. Not Parasaurolophus, whose emotes we have in this channel, but Saurolophus. I should actually do like a Saurolophus head to go on the hadrosaur body, so we can have Saurolophus emotes. But anyway, another big old duck-billed dinosaur from the late Cretaceous of North America. And, yeah. But shoot, before we continue this, and before we talk more about mummified dinosaurs for the Eternal, thank you for the 200 bits, by the way, Eternal. I really appreciate that. Why don't we play a quick little welcome video for anybody who might be new here, like, for instance, Admiral Nieder. I think without further ado, let's bring on our old friend, previously recorded Danny, and let's see what he has to say about who I am, what this channel's all about, all that good stuff. I don't really like talking about myself that much, so we let him do that for the most part. So without further ado, here comes previously recorded Danny, and you're in good hands with him. I promise. I will be right back. But for right now, previously recorded Danny, it is your time to shine.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies, and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted
a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs. I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on Spinosaurs. Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published. But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast. And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job. I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things like Velociraptor's jump or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful. So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our friend Octavius King and all the rats for the raid. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Hope the rats are doing really well. It's great to see you, and let me know if you've got any questions, all right? Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. By the way, if you like rats, or any kind of rodents or small mammals, go check out Octavius King's stream. It is beautiful, wonderful, hilarious chaos over there with all these rats doing little rat things. Misbehaving, getting into trouble, and just being adorable. So, go follow Octavius King for some rodent goodness. But yeah. LT says consistent dinosaur hunter uniform between both Dannys. That's the thing, LT, is that, you know, when I'm streaming here on Twitch, I do this for a living, so I try and be semi-professional about this kind of thing. Never want to be stuffy or overly serious, but, you know, I want to show some degree of professionalism to the extent that that's appropriate. So I put on a collared shirt, and the only real collared shirts that I have are ones that I also wear in the field, like military surplus shirts, you know, like this, or like the shirt that you saw previously recorded Danny wearing. So, yeah. So that's why that is. I hope that makes sense. Nell says, and rat crimes. The best kinds of crimes, Nell. Absolutely. And Claire Burr, I did see that you requested a dinosaur deep dive there. I saw that you requested Velociraptor. Man, we could do several whole streams on Velociraptor. One of these days I'll make a long-form YouTube video about Velociraptor. But for right now, we're talking about Saurolophus here. This remarkable dinosaur, Saurolophus. We just looked at the original descriptive paper published by Barnum Brown in... Actually, I guess that was more of a follow-up paper. The one in 1913. But yeah, described by Barnum Brown in 1912, like I told you earlier, from Canadian Fossils. It's named after Henry Fairfield Osborn, who was Barnum Brown's boss at the time. So Barnum Brown trying to earn some brownie points, naming this dinosaur after his boss. Yeah. But we've got a different species of Saurolophus, S. angustirostris, from Mongolia. Described by Soviet paleontologist Anatoly Konstantinovich Rozdevensky. Yeah. Saurolophus is one of these dinosaurs that shows up a lot in older dinosaur books. It's one of the earliest of the duck-billed dinosaurs that we actually had good material from, and so you see it in a lot of older illustrations. This was discovered before Parasaurolophus, for instance. Parasaurolophus is actually named after Saurolophus. And, yeah, it's a big critter. There's 3 skulls of the Mongolian species at the museum in Moscow. These critters get huge. Really, really big. In fact, I think I can find you a famous photo. Should be in this book here. I think I can find you a famous photo of Saurolophus next to a duck, right? Let's look in the index here. Let's hope it's in the index. Sauropods. Not Saurolophus. Shoot darn. I swear this was a famous photograph by this photographer. Oh, there it is right there. See? That's a lousy index. It doesn't actually have this, but check out this wonderful picture. See, this is what you're not going to see in, like a YouTube video from some YouTubers saying like, oh yeah, here's this dinosaur, and let me list the facts about it from Wikipedia, and yada yada. Stuff like this. This is why you ask a paleontologist, you know? You get the inside scoop, and you get cool little details like this. This is a famous photograph of a duck-billed dinosaur skull, that of Saurolophus angustirostris, the Mongolian species of Saurolophus, with some duckos there. Perfect for Thursday Birds Day today. Beautiful. You gotta love it, you know? Yeah. So good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, these are cool critters. Saurolophus itself, the Mongolian species, I think, was only dug up and described in like the 70s or the 80s. Let's check on that, actually. Oh, nope. Earlier, 1952. Rozhdestvensky, published 1952. But if we look at older dinosaur books, like, for instance, this... Oh, there's a different hadrosaur on the cover. But you can bet your boots that Saurolophus is going to show up in this. This is an old book on dinosaurs that used to belong to legendary paleontologist Bill Clemens. This is from his personal library when Bill passed away at the end of 2021. A lot of his personal library was offered up to us at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. You know, I used to volunteer there, and I still go there a fair bit. But this is a lovely little dinosaur book that I'm sure somebody gifted him. It's not like he was consulting this for research purposes or anything. But there's some lovely color plates in here of different dinosaurs. There's some stegosaurs, some other thyreophorans there, some ankylosaurs. These are very old-fashioned reconstructions. But, you know, when we get to those hadrosaurs, I bet Saurolophus is gonna be... Oh, you're kidding me. Where is Saurolophus? Oh, there we go, right there. Yeah. Very old picture of Saurolophus. Right there. Yeah. This used to be like the quintessential aquatic dinosaur, Saurolophus. It was thought to have been, you know, semi-aquatic, would have retreated to the water in order to escape from the meat-eating tyrant dinosaurs. In fact, I think we even have an illustration of that in David Norman's book that was written in like the late 70s, published in the early 80s. Let's get to our hadrosaurs here. Iguanodontids. Hadrosaurids 1. Hadrosaurids 2. And there is Saurolophus right there, splashing around, having a grand old time, semi-subaqueously. Splashies indeed, Claire Burr. Yeah. And, well, here's Parasaurolophus here. But, yeah, beating a retreat, the caption says. These critters were long considered to be semi-aquatic because, as, which chatter was it who was pointing this out? Was it Decibel? Or somebody else pointing out that there's a mummified hadrosaur, I think it's Edmontosaurus, at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. And that had some beautifully preserved forelimbs, actually had skin preserved on the forelimbs there. And this was long thought to actually show evidence of webbing between the fingers. And they thought, well, webbed fingers, duck-like bill, you know, this must be an aquatic dinosaur, kind of like a giant duck. And when you have dinosaurs named like Anatotitan, literally giant duck, Yeah, it all seemed to fit together. But it turns out that webbing between the fingers was actually just, it's actually like a fleshy pad, almost like a, almost like a fleshy hoof that the animal had. Oh, this is lovely. Yeah. Retro versus modern. Edmontosaurus annectens. Yeah, webbed hands and skin frill. Now we realize that it's actually got fleshy hooves and partly some keratin on its hooves as well, on its front feet. Yeah. So anyway, Saurolophus is one of those dinosaurs that kind of helped cement the idea of hadrosaurs, the duck-billed dinosaurs, being partly aquatic. This was... Yeah, shoot, when you had the mummified Edmontosaurus being studied and described as well, that kind of cemented that even further. Yeah. Anyway, Saurolophus, pretty cool dinosaur. It is almost like they predicted the Dinochirus niche, Dr. Terry. Yeah. So yeah, very nice. Saurolophus, classic looking skull right there. Just beautiful, Yeah. Anywho, I think beyond that, there's not a whole lot else that I know off the top of my head about this animal, Saurolophus. But one of everybody's favorite dinosaurs, Parasaurolophus, was named after this critter. Everybody knows and loves Parasaurolophus. This is a pretty decent reconstruction of it. Could be a little better. There we go. There's a lovely Parasaurolophus right there. Beautiful. This has got a similar kind of... Well, I don't know how similar it is. It's got a crest that points backwards over the back of its head. Like Saurolophus. But Parasaurolophus takes that and turns it up to 11. Holy cow. And its name means beside Saurolophus. Saurolophus means lizard crest, so Parasaurolophus means beside the lizard crest. So there you go. Yeah. Anyway, and you missed the horn alert for ad time? Twitch changed its ad policies there, Bet Meddlers, so that's a thing of the past, unfortunately. Yeah. It's nice not to have the interruptions once an hour every hour, though. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And you're welcome, Moonars Rabbit. Thank you for suggesting such a cool dinosaur here, redeeming Saurolophus, a dinosaur which honestly deserves more attention than it gets nowadays. As do most dinosaurs, honestly. But yeah. Anyway. And hello to you, Moohoodles. How you doing? Welcome. Great to have you here. Hope you're having a good day. So yeah, there we go. Saurolophus. There's our dinosaur deep dive there. Done. Good stuff. Now, yeah. Claire Burr, we might wait a little while before doing your dinosaur deep dive. We got to make sure that we cover some other topics today too, and then we got to make sure we do Thursday Birds Day also. So we'll probably segue from Thursday Birds Day into Velociraptor, if that's okay with you, Claire. And we'll do it briefly. I'm going to be making, hopefully, a like, semi-long form video on Velociraptor. In honor of, on April 18th, Velociraptor Awareness Day. There you go. Yeah. I think that'll be fun. And there's so much that people should be aware about as pertains to Velociraptor. So I think that'll be an appropriate, very appropriate subject for a video. Yeah. And Pendrake says, was the crest on Parasaurolophus for breathing while the snoot was grazing underwater? That is one of the old hypotheses about that, Pendrake. But it turns out there's no hole in the end. It's not a snorkel. Instead, this seems to have been a resonating chamber. There we go. Let me show yous. Here's a quick clip talking about that. This is an idea from way back in the 1990s and earlier that still seems to hold true today about the purpose of Parasaurolophus's crest.
David Weishempel wondered what the 70-million-year-old love song of the...
He looked at and said, Uppsala, got him. Carl Wiemann in Uppsala got himself a duckbill dinosaur with a hollow crest. He looked at and said, it looks like a trombone. It was a trombone. It was for making loud courtship noises.
David Weishempel wondered what the 70-million-year-old love song of the Parasaurolophus sounded like.
There you go.
He knew that when the animal exhaled, the air would shoot up the windpipe to the back of the crest into the throat and out the snout.
Yep.
Weishempel built himself a horn as long as the crest and taught himself to play it.
Well, this contraption that I've got in my hands here is, in fact, a model of the crest of Parasaurolophus. It's the right size and the right shape for Parasaurolophus. It's built out of PVC tubing. And the reason I built it was to get a better sense as to the kinds of sound that Parasaurolophus would have made. So why don't I play it for you?
This unique love song no doubt made the Parasaurolophus the diva of the dinosaurs. Using the trombones in their heads, they serenaded mates and repelled rivals. After all, stomping and headbutting was over, the dinosaurs finally got down to some real romance.
Yeah, okay, we're not gonna watch that part. But yeah. So that whole episode they're really playing up the courtship angle on that, but surely the crest of Parasaurolophus would have been used for all kinds of different communication between members of the same species and members of other species too, you know? Like, hey, stay away. So yeah, really fascinating stuff. We'll go into that in detail sometime. But, yeah. Cue the Barry White. There you go, Oliver. Yes. Yes, indeed. But yeah, anywho. And Oliver says, bigger than I would have thought. Yeah, Parasaurolophus got a big honking crest on it. It's a big dinosaur, too. You know, it's not a small critter. But yeah. And very funny LT. My goodness. Anywho, and Claire Burr said, we want to switch that for Ubirahara? We could, actually, Claire. We could swap that for Ubirahara, or no, we can do Velociraptor. We'll do Velociraptor. We'll do Ubirahara a different time. But anyway, I wanted to show you a couple of other videos here that just popped up the other day that I thought were really interesting. Oh wait, but before we do that, man, we were supposed to talk about this yesterday and we got too distracted. But I don't know, does anybody else use this website? It's really falling off, honestly. The thing seems to be in a death spiral, unfortunately. But does anybody else use Twitter? I use Twitter. I really like Twitter. It's such a shame that it's being run into the ground. But anyway, here, we'll play the social media opening real quick, and then we'll talk about something on Twitter that I found amusing. So, here we go, social media. So yeah, there we go. Seems like that's actually happening to Twitter right now. Anyway, there's a thing, there are trending topics on Twitter that you see on the right side over here. And yesterday, one of them said, Jack Horner. And you know, sometimes you see the name of a celebrity or an important figure in your field, somebody that you care about, somebody you know, and you see their name in there and you go, oh, what happened? What happened to them? What happened with them? What's going on? So I clicked on it. And why is Jack Horner trending? Let me show you why. Here's Jack Horner, of course, my old boss, Jack Horner, formerly of Museum of the Rockies, scientific consultant on the Jurassic Park movies. And holy cow, he follows me nowadays, too. That's pretty cool. But anyway, scrolling through. What? I'm sorry, huh? Jack Horner. And I realized this is from a DreamWorks movie. It's like a Shrek spin-off. And yeah, he's apparently the villain in the new Puss in Boots movie. And he's voiced by John Mulaney? There's also a video that showed up the other day that I thought was worth discussing here. From this channel called Today I Found Out. This is a question that I was going to, you know, make a command about a while ago, and I don't know if I ever did. Somebody type in !oil. I don't know if I ever actually went through with that, but, oh, there we go. Claire, you made that, didn't you? Thank you, Claire. But here is actually a video. I get the question a lot. Oil is made from dinosaurs, right, Danny? That's where oil comes from? Well, no, it doesn't actually. This video kind of explains that in a really pithy way, and there's a zillion different tangents that I could run on with this, which is really, really cool. So, check it out. We're actually going to get into Barnum Brown a little bit, and Trachodontids, the old name for, like, Edmontosaurus type hadrosaurs, stuff like that. So, yeah.
In a memorable scene in the 1993 comedy Mrs. Doubtfire, unemployed voice actor Daniel Hillard, played by Robin Williams, comes across a set of plastic toy dinosaurs and uses them to compose a catchy rap. I'm a raptor, doing what I can, gonna eat everything till the appearance of man. Yo, yo, see me. I'm living beneath the soil. I'll be back, but I'm coming as oil. As well as showcasing the incomparable Williams at the height of his improvisational...
I don't really remember this, but, yeah, anyway. But it illustrates that idea. Many members of the public happen to think that dinosaurs became oil. I don't know if I necessarily agree with the conclusions of this video here as to why that's the case. I don't know if it's really like a smoking gun. But anyway, let's proceed. You'll see what I mean.
Powers, this scene illustrates a common myth that has persisted for decades. That crude oil derives from the bodies of dinosaurs. People believe this? But as romantic and logical as this notion might seem, after all, why else would we call them fossil fuels? It simply isn't true. Everyone's favorite prehistoric reptiles have nothing to do with the black gold that powers and is slowly killing the modern world. But
yeah,
how did this myth come to be in the first place? Surprisingly, unlike many modern myths,
Galara Dragon says if a dinosaur died in a swamp, could be part of an oil deposit. Oil actually comes from ocean bottom deposits, Galara Dragon. And we'll get to that. Yeah. Yeah.
This one can almost be entirely traced back to a single source. It's an origin story that involves a corporate giant, two of the greatest cultural events of the 20th century, and a case of clever, if misleading, marketing. When petroleum...
So yeah, I don't know if it actually... I don't know if this is actually the root cause of it. We're going to talk about Sinclair Oil and their marketing campaigns. I don't know if Sinclair Oil is actually responsible for this myth. I think Sinclair Oil may have been kind of taking advantage of this pre-existing confusion, you know, this association between dinosaurs and oil in order to help sell their product. I don't know if they're actually responsible for it. I think they're more kind of taking advantage of it. I'm guessing. But yeah.
The word derived from the Greek words for stone and oil is derived from ancient organisms. The organisms in question are far smaller and less glamorous than dinosaurs, microscopic ocean-dwelling plants and animals known as algae and zooplankton. When these organisms die, they rain down onto the ocean floor, gradually piling up in thick layers. These deposits of organic matter are then covered over with layers of silt, pushing them ever deeper beneath the surface. Over millions of years...
You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard.
Helix Fossil.
All you have to do is show up for 5 minutes, whop, instant swimming pool.
I love seeing you live, Danny. We enjoy your public educating content.
Thank you, Helix Fossil, and thank you for your continued support. 13 months there. Appreciate that tremendously. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Thank you, Helix Fossil. Holy cow. Good stuff. Good stuff. Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and shoot, my soundboard just scooched us to the wrong part here. Here. So where does oil actually come from? Actually, this will be fine. Take a look.
Cultural events of the 20th century and a case of clever, if misleading, marketing. When petroleum, the word derived from the Greek words for stone and oil, is derived from ancient organisms, the organisms in question are far smaller and less glamorous than dinosaurs, microscopic ocean-dwelling plants and animals known as algae and zooplankton. When these organisms die, they rain down onto the ocean floor, gradually piling up in thick layers. These deposits of organic matter are then covered over with layers of silt, pushing them ever deeper beneath the surface. Over millions of years, the silt layers build up to a kilometer or more in thickness, slowly solidifying into sedimentary rock such as shale. The immense pressure of this rock pressing down upon the remains of the plankton and algae creates the ideal conditions for converting these remains into petroleum. The first step in this process occurs until the remains are 10 meters below the surface and involves the decomposition of the plankton and algae by anaerobic bacteria, which do not require oxygen to survive. These bacteria...
Yeah, anyway. It's not dinosaurs that form oil. It's microscopic ocean organisms. Things like diatoms, things like plankton, things like, free-floating algae. The tiny little critters that live in the water column who combine, individually, they're very, 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 very tiny. But their combined mass is absolutely extraordinary. It is enormous, unfathomable. So much more than the mass of, every dinosaur on land. That's what forms oil. Yeah. Meteor says, the one I like is how many people think you drill for oil and find it in pools. Yeah, I'm not a petroleum geologist, so I don't know a great deal about the conditions under which oil is found or anything like that, but yeah, you find it in pockets under the ground, but it's got to basically work its way into like a trap and then stay there. I think he'll talk about that a little bit here.
Break down sulfates and nitrates in the organism into hydrogen sulfide and nitrogen and polysaccharides and proteins into simple sugars and amino acids, and eventually strip the remains of most of their nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus, leaving behind mostly carbon and hydrogen. Past 10 meters in depth, the heat and pressure exerted by the overlying rock layers kill the bacteria and halts decomposition.
R.I.P. those bacteria.
Petroleum formation. The recombination of the simple hydrocarbons produce the bacteria into a...
Virtual assistant?
You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Virtual assistant, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. And there's that Parasaurolophus call. Remember, somebody said she was missing that. There you go. Virtual assistant, how was your raid? How was your stream? Your raid is great. I'm experiencing it now. How was your stream, virtual assistant? I hope it was really good. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Meteor, I didn't quite say hello in the proper way. I have not seen your name here before. You new, Meteor? How many people think you drill for oil and find it in pools? Yeah. Sometimes you do find it on the surface, but we call that like, a tar pit. Tar pits. It's not really tar. It's liquid asphalt, which is made of petroleum mixed with sand. But yeah. Lurky, I appreciate you, Meteor. Thank you for finally saying hello. Welcome back. Yeah. That's how Greek fire is made, says Nell. Very cool. Yeah, I know that was a mystery for a long time, wasn't it? And Moose says Sinclair was around near the turn of the last century. I believe the dinosaur was always their symbol. It wasn't always their symbol, Moose, but it has been for a very long time. Yeah. They may have just used the common assumption at the time. I agree, Moose. I agree. I think that's what's going on with this. I don't know if we can actually trace it directly to Sinclair. But yeah. Anyway, very long time. Yes, indeed, Golganek. And thank you, Meteor. I appreciate you. Thanks for the kind words.
A solid wax-like substance known as kerogen. This process continues until a depth of around 1 kilometer, below which the third step can begin, the conversion of kerogen into petroleum. This process is highly sensitive to temperature and can only occur within a narrow range known as the oil window. Below the window, the hydrocarbons remain trapped as kerogen.
Anyway, this is just going to go on for a few more minutes.
Decompose the kerogen.
So if your eyes are starting to glaze over, talking about the formation of oil in the Earth's crust, don't fret. We're going to get into some dinosaurs very soon here. But, yeah, thank you for the raid, Virtual Assistant. Welcome back. And you had technical difficulties on the stream? I'll be your parachute anytime, Virtual Assistant.
Likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
It's true.
Have been 10 months?
Holy cow, Doodler Stargazer. Or 11 months compared, according to this here. I don't know, time flies like an arrow. And fruit flies like a banana. Doodler Stargazer, thank you so much for the 11 months of support. Or 10 months. Either way, that's almost several years, isn't it? Thank you, Doodler Stargazer. I really appreciate your ongoing support of this channel, and there's some flying bananas, I guess. Yeah, all these devotees of Scient streams here with those those emotes. But yeah. Anyway, glad to help. Keep on trucking. Thank you, Doodler Stargazer. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 11 months. I really do appreciate it. And Virtual Assistant, I know what it's like to have technical difficulties. We had some earlier this week. OBS crashed on me, and then OBS was fighting with the game that I was trying to play on Tuesday, so we weren't able to do video games as promised. So I know what that's like. Live broadcast, you never know what's gonna go wrong. Or what's gonna go right. Something that went right was your raid, so thank you for that, Virtual Assistant. It's great to have you here. Nell says, how's the printer? Let's have ourselves a look. It's working, but the camera's not. Speaking of technical difficulties, there we go. And then it froze again. Shoot. Something's real wrong with, this is an OBS issue. This is not the camera. Yeah. There we go. Printer is doing just fine. In fact, it looks like it's almost done. We're printing a life-size Allosaurus skull piece by piece. Life-size, full-grown Allosaurus skull. Ontogenetically mature. Right here. Yeah, it is going to be pretty impressive when she's done. Yeah. Sucker, she's going to be like a meter long. Holy cow. Huge skull of this big meat-eating dinosaur. Allosaurus. So yeah. Yeah, will that be mounted on the wall? It's going to be too heavy for the wall now. I'm going to have to find someplace to put it. Maybe it'll go right here where the Protoceratops skull is right now. Right there. Maybe it'll go where our Camarasaurus skull is right here. It'll go somewhere. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But either way, well, whatever happens, it's going to be great. Yeah. Yeah. Stick it on a Roomba now. That's one way to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we're watching a video right now about why oil does not come from dinosaurs. Contrary to popular belief, the real story is actually much more interesting. At least I think so. But yeah.
Into lighter hydrocarbons like methane creating natural gas.
Yeah.
To be accessible and extractable, petroleum and natural gas must be expelled from the source rock where it was formed and accumulate in a reservoir. A typical reservoir or trap consists of a layer of permeable stone covered in a layer of impermeable cap rock like sandstone or salt, which traps the oil and gas and prevents it from reaching the surface.
Somebody was talking about salt domes being the source of oil, or being an environment in which oil gets stored, and Jody Fish, ding ding ding. There you go.
To extract the petroleum, oil workers drill down through into the reservoir. In most cases, the pressure of the natural gas, which accumulates at the top of the reservoir, causes the oil to flow back up the borehole on its own. After this...
So basically, you stick this down into the ground into an oil deposit, often held there by a salt dome, and then... I drink your milkshake. You know, you've all seen the movie. You know how it works. Yeah. Yeah, that's a gusher, says Jody Fish. Yes, indeed. It's held there under pressure. So, if you've not seen There Will Be Blood, you've probably seen the Beverly Hillbillies, you know? Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. No. Wait, what? Stop it. Goodness. Yeah, it's not normally that easy. Black Gold, Texas tea. Oh, boy. You know, probably the most inaccurate part of this is not that... I don't know, I'm sure in some places you might actually strike strike oil initially by, you know, a stray round hitting the ground. But no, honestly, the part of this that seems the least realistic is that, you know, these hardworking rural folks would not be taken advantage of by some, you know, slimy businessman who ends up buying their land and then kicking them off it, and then he keeps all the oil revenues for himself or something, you know? Anyway, yeah. I wish it really worked like this in real life, where when, you know, when poor folks... You know, when they find something really valuable, that they actually get to keep it. That's not typically how it works. Usually, you know, poor rural working folks get taken advantage of. So anyway, yeah. But yeah, anyway. Strikes oil and then, oh, what's that? Yeah. And exactly, yeah. Nick Saris says just because you're poor, mountain folk, doesn't mean you're dumb. Absolutely not. No. I mean, honestly, if you're able to survive in those conditions, it probably means you're higher likelihood you're not dumb, you know, compared to wealthy folks. Anyway, completely agree with you, Nick Saris. Yes, indeed. But it probably does mean that you're going to be taken advantage of by people who, you know, their whole MO is taking advantage of other people and getting rich off of it, you know? So, yeah. 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 So anyway, yeah. Yeah. Or Mr. Burns steals it by slant drilling. There you go, Batmether. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And those old black powder rifles are extra powerful to help hit oil. Is that true, Virtual Assistant? There you go. Okay. Pretty high muzzle velocity there. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. And there's no gas down there. It's all liquid at those depths. When you allow it via less pressure in the bore, it comes out to a solution at a certain depth. There's your classic blowout. Very cool, Meteor. I did not know that. Again, I am not a petroleum geologist. You know more about this than I do, Meteor, and that's really cool. Very neat. Yeah. Alls I know is that oil is the remains of ancient, marine microorganisms. Your foraminifera, your radiolaria, your diatoms, your zooplankton, your phytoplankton, etc., who would die, settle down to the bottom, accumulate layer after layer, and then silt would, further squish them down, layer after layer of silt in these depositional environments, and that carbon-rich sludge would eventually be compressed into oil. That's... I don't know. I bet you if there were an actual petroleum geologist watching, they'd go, Danny, you got this wrong, and you got that wrong, and then this is not precisely true. I'm a dinosaur guy. Point I'm trying to get across is that oil is not made from dinosaurs, So yeah. And Meteor, far more interesting topic. Thank you, Meteor. I appreciate that. They don't pay nearly as well, I can tell you that. If I were an oil geologist, oh boy, I'd be raking in the cash while helping, hindering, creating a climate crisis. But instead I work on dinosaurs, and, and I get paid as much as chat decides to pay me. Because this is my sole means of income nowadays as a freelance dinosaur paleontologist who makes his living on Twitch. So anyway, yeah. And why do they call it a fossil fuel? I think we're going to get to that in just a few seconds here, Virtual Assistant. Maybe make that a few minutes, because holy cow, we've got some incoming support here from Murph. Murph
is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you. Thank you, Murph. Holy moly. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for putting food on my table, Murph. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you very much. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Excuse me. Nell, thank you for the hydrate. Murph, thank you for making it so that 5 more people won't have to see any ads at all for the next 30 days. Until the next moon, Murph. No ads for those lucky 5. Thanks to your generosity. So thank you, Murph. Yeah. As Golganek says, big paleo salute to Murph. We got a new emote today, Murph. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway. So if oil is not made from dinosaur fossils, then why do we call it a fossil fuel? Well, part of it's that it's underground. But,
pressure dissipates, and
yeah.
the remainder of the oil must be actively pumped out. While this is the traditional method for extracting oil, in recent years, advances in technology and the depletion of traditional oil reserves has led to the increased exploitation of more unconventional reservoirs. These include oil shale, immature source rock that has expelled its petroleum into a reservoir, and oil sands, deposits of sands or sandstone into which petroleum has seeped and solidified to form a hard, sticky substance called bitumen or pitch. And for more properties of this substance, please do check out our previous video, waiting for the drop. For the vast majority of Earth's petroleum deposits, the conversion process from plankton and algae to oil and gas began between 250 to 360 million years ago during the Carboniferous and Permian periods.
So this is long before the dinosaurs. Let's pull up our ancient Earth globe and look at what the continents looked like during the Carboniferous and Permian periods here. Just to kind of give you some kind of frame of reference here. You know, here is what our Earth looks like today. For those of you who may have been away for a while, you know. This is the current arrangement of our continents: Africa, South America, North America, Australasia, Asia, Africa, Antarctica, down here. But go back to, say, the Permian period, before the dinosaurs. Let's try, say, 260 million years ago. This is what our Earth looked like back then. Continents in a different arrangement. Here is the United States. And some of these very oil-rich areas, like, for instance, Texas, to a certain extent, Southern California, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, etc., covered by a shallow, warm inland sea like that. Kind of on continental crusts. Sea levels were really high back then. You know, we'll go back even further to say 300 and... Going to the Carboniferous. You know what? Let's go for broke. 340 million years ago. Holy cow. Look at that. Most of these United States inundated by a shallow sea at the time. Water over that continental crust. Yeah. The oil sands in Canada, too. There you go, Triceratops. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, Louisiana, part of a mountain range. Absolutely, Murph. You go back far enough, and there is wild stuff happening on our planet Earth. Very cool, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. And Doodler Stargazer? This is really neat, actually. Here. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. From Kids Activities blog. This is covered in a lot of different places, but yeah. This dinosaur map shows where the dinosaurs lived. Not quite. It's... Anyway. Really cool stuff. Basically, you can, Here we go. You can scroll through this, and you can select... Let's look at 66 million years ago. Right before the extinction, or right at the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. You can actually see the scar from the asteroid right there. There's the crater, right there in the Gulf of Mexico. Go back a little bit further, 90 million years ago. You see that shallow inland sea, the Western Interior Seaway, bisecting North America, east and west, like that. Yeah. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Virtual Assistant. Does it make any better sense? It does not, Virtual Assistant. It really doesn't. No. Anyway, yeah. So during this time, the Carboniferous and Permian periods, before the dinosaurs, is when most of this oil and also coal and crud like that was being laid down. Check it out. Yeah.
Of this substance, please do check out our previous video, waiting for the drop. For the vast majority of Earth's petroleum deposits, the conversion process from plankton and algae to oil and gas began between 250 to 360 million years ago during the Carboniferous and Permian periods, long before the Mesozoic era when dinosaurs roamed the Earth.
Yep, so, no dinosaurs, while oil was actually being laid down, for the most part. there's some exceptions to this, but yeah. Meteor says with petroleum geologists, petrochem geologists, it's still their fossil identifying skills that actually bring them out to the exploration well site. I think is that still true? I know this used to be the case. You know, oil companies like Chevron and Exxon and British Petroleum and these other companies, they used to hire a lot of paleontologists. But I think after they identified a lot of well sites, they basically fired a lot of them. I think this stuff is pretty well mapped at this point, right? I don't know. We had a former petroleum paleontologist, an expert in foraminifera fossils, Ken Finger, here at Berkeley, and he used to work for Chevron. And one day they just fired him, like, out of the blue, because, like, he showed them where to find oil, basically, by identifying these different foraminifera fossils. And I remember him telling me this story, and it was heartbreaking. And he had to fish all of his foraminifera fossils out of a dumpster, and he later brought them to Berkeley, and that's what formed the backbone of Berkeley's 4M collections in the University of California Museum of Paleontology. So, yeah. Anyway. I don't think they really hire many paleontologists anymore. I think most of this stuff is pretty extensively mapped. But I could be wrong. Yeah. It was until the late 1990s, lol, I left then. You could be quite right. Yep, 4Ms, yeah. Yeah. See, Meteor knows. Meteor, it's wonderful to have you here. Seriously. How did you find the channel? I would love to know. Yeah. Welcome. It's an honor to have you here. It seriously is. Very cool stuff. So you were a petrochem geologist? Wow, I hope they paid you well during that time. Holy moly. Yeah. It just goes to show, it really pays to know your Earth history. Sometimes monetarily, in terms of being able to find oil and stuff like that. It's a really useful skill to know Earth history. It can open up all kinds of doors and, yeah. And Trogs, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yes, indeed. Trogs, thank you for the follow. And Meteor says, yes, good money, but short career. They, oil companies, they love you and they leave you, Meteor. Yeah.
Really spared no expense.
And Paper Cuts, thank you, Paper Cuts, for gifting Meteor. I appreciate that tremendously. Meteor, if it means anything to you, well, you get to use all those emotes now. Like these and these, and these and these. You can use them all throughout Twitch. And you also won't have to watch any ads, so there you go, Meteor. Welcome to the community, and thank you, Paper Cuts, for your gift sub there. I appreciate that tremendously. We're now at 12 out of 40. So that's 6 out of 20. Which is 3 out of 10. We're like a third of the way there, practically. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Almost, we're what, 32%? Something like that? Anyway. Please buy Danny some beans. Thank you, Claire. You'd be astounded at how many beans I eat in a week, Claire Burr. That's like probably a solid 40% of my calories is beans. Yeah. I mean, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Let's get back to our video here. You love beans too? They're packed with protein, they're vegetarian, they're inexpensive, they're wonderful. Got iron in them, Roland Elliart. I don't even have to chew on any old crowbars or anything. You know, I can still get my daily iron intake from beans. Okay, go ahead, beardy guy. Go ahead.
Furthermore, the
There you go.
biomass of all the dinosaurs that ever lived during their 188 million year reign is...
Hang on, that's not a dinosaur. This is a non sequitur here. That's a mosasaur. That's Charles R. Knight's mosasaur illustration. Like how it's chasing the Xiphactinus there. But that's not a dinosaur. Anyway. Yeah, what he's going to say here is that the
I'll tell you another way.
Tea Time Cat. Holy cow. You're not gruesome, Tea Time Cat. Thank you for the 18 months of support, Tea Time Cat. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for continuing to support this channel and support Science Outreach here on Twitch. That means a great deal to me. Thank you, Tea Time Cat. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And someone called Ragnarocker says, imagine calling marine reptiles dinosaurs. It does happen, unfortunately. But yeah. Yeah, anyway. There you go.
Periods long before the Mesozoic era when dinosaurs roamed the Earth. Furthermore, the biomass of all the dinosaurs that ever lived during their 188 million year reign is dwarfed.
Whoa. Also, hang on a second. Dinosaurs weren't around for 188 million years. Is he looking at the entirety of the Mesozoic era here? How did he come to that miscalculation there? I must know. Let's figure this out together. I usually say that dinosaurs were around for 170 million years, something like that. Let's calculate this out. If we're talking about non-avian dinosaurs, let's switch to linear time here. 66 is our denominator. And our numerator is going to be, let's say, 240 million years ago. The oldest dinosaurs that we have, like, say, for instance, Eoraptor. Oh, come on, Google. I swear, Google gets worse every single week. This is not Eoraptor right here. That's not what this... Garbage. These are illustrations of Eoraptor. What in the world is this? Oh boy. Anyway, so Eoraptor lived approximately 231 to 228 million years ago. This is currently the oldest dinosaur that we have. Eoraptor. But let's say 235 million years ago. Here we go. Pull up the calculador. 235 minus 66 equals. Thank you for that bean money, Batmedler. Really appreciate that. 100 bits. Thank you, Batmedler. So dinosaurs around for more like 169 million years. I usually say 170, just to round it out. So yeah. Not 188. How did he come to that figure? Because again, he said...
dinosaurs that ever lived during their 188 million year reign is dwarfed.
188 million years. He must be looking at the entire Mesozoic era.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Schrodinger's. Thank you, Schrodinger's. Appreciate those 100 bits. I will buy some beans with those. Thank you. We got a hype train going here. Phenomenal. Man, if we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, then you know the rules, chat. I am contractually obligated, not really, but we'll say that I am, to play you some ukulele songs about science. If we get to a level 5 hype train, I'll play you some songs about science live. So yeah. And Jody Fish already did this for me.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
So yeah. He's looking at the entire Mesozoic era, Jody Fish.
What's 10 or 20 million years here or there?
And there you go, Moose. Well, what's 10 or 20 million years between friends, you know? There you go, Moose. There you go. So yeah. As well produced as a video this might be, this is... I would have loved it if they would have consulted an actual paleontologist on this, you know? Because that part's wrong. Dinosaurs weren't around for 188 million years, more like 170. Give or take a few. 188. Anytime you have significant figures like this, when you say 188, that implies a certain degree of specificity. It says, oh yes, of course, we know. It was 188 million years, you know. If you just rounded it to 180, I would have been like, okay, fine. But 188? That doesn't pass the smell test, you know? So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And I'll see you later, Doodler Stargazer. You enjoy. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Nick Saris is bad math, not dinosaur in picture. We cannot trust anything this man says. Maybe oil is dinosaurs. Oh no, Nick Saris. Maybe. Let's continue.
By the sheer mass of and algae biomass in the oceans, meaning that if oil was made from dinosaurs, there would be significantly less of it around for us to extract. So, if oil is not made from dinosaurs, why then do we call it fossil fuel? Well, contrary to popular belief, the term...
And this is a question asked in chat.
The dinosaurs.
For that poor, misidentified mosasaur heart with ribbon.
Well, thank you, Golganek. For just 100 bits, you can help a poor, misidentified mosasaur like Golganek has just done. Thank you, Golganek. Holy cow, I appreciate that. That's good stuff. It's good stuff. Thank you, Golganek. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Fossil does not mean petrified organism.
So yeah, why do we call it fossil fuels if it's not from dinosaurs? I don't know if that question really follows, but anyway, it's because the word fossil didn't always mean like a fossil, you know, the noun. I think it comes from the Latin fossilis, which just means dug up. So by the old like Latin definition, fossilis, like a potato would be a fossil because you dig it up out of the ground. You know, under the old definition, like if you want to be real technical about it, you know, fossilis just means dug up, from the Latin of fossilis. So yeah. By that definition, I ate some fossils today too, Schrodinger's donut. I had some potatoes for lunch. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
So, if oil is not made from
Miggity Marty, thank you for the 200 bits. You've just helped 2 mosasaurs not be misidentified. Thank you, Miggity Marty. I appreciate that very much. Yeah. Not beans. I also had beans for lunch too. Now, you know what? I'm going to come clean. I had a lunch fit for a king today. And Victorious, holy moly. 3 gift subs there from Victorious.
Victorious gifted Victorious a subscription.
Oh, yeah!
Victorious, holy moly. Thank you for that. That is extraordinary, and I really appreciate you for it. Holy cow. Thank you, Victorious. Look, we're now at 15 out of 40. That's 3/8 of the way to our sub goal, if we're counting by 5s. See, I might joke that I can't do math, but I could do some math. Anyway, yeah. And Nell, you shared a recipe with beans. Where did you share it, Nell? Did you whisper it to me? I might check it out. Yeah. Anyway, I must admit I had a meal fit for a king today. For lunch, really more brunch. It was lunch and breakfast. I stopped by... This is not an endorsement. I'm not getting paid. But you know, when you're a vegetarian and you're looking for a fast food, fast meal, Taco Bell is sometimes your best option, especially their dollar menu items. I got 3 of which. So, nice $3 meal. Yeah, some spicy potato soft tacos and a cheesy bean and rice burrito. Hooray for dollar menu items. All vegetarian. Truly a meal fit for a king. A king hopefully being deposed by his subjects who should really be running their own affairs. Who needs a king these days, you know? So hopefully he's on the run eating $3 worth of Taco Bell. And soon the people will be in charge. And the king will be, I don't know, eaten by crocodiles or something? It'd be a happy ending. Crocodiles gotta eat. But yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Significantly less of it around for us to extract. So, if oil is not made from dinosaurs, why then do we call it fossil fuel? Well, contrary to popular belief, the term fossil does not mean petrified organism. Rather, it is derived from the Latin fossilis, meaning obtained by digging. The term fossil fuel was coined in 1759 by German
1759
Newman to differentiate oil and coal, itself formed from...
What did he say?
German chemist Caspar Newman.
Newman! So he is the one to blame here. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. It's always a German chemist named Newman, isn't it?
The term fossil fuel was coined in 1759 by German chemist Caspar Newman to differentiate oil and coal, itself formed from the remains of ancient plants, converted by heat and pressure into carbon from surface-based fuels such as wood. Given these common misconceptions, it is tempting to think that the oil is made of dinosaurs myth was simply the product of associating fossil fuels with fossils and fossils with dinosaurs.
I do think that's true, though. I think Sinclair has something to do with it, but I think that there was already an undercurrent in the culture. People were already confusing this. I don't think it's because of Sinclair. I think that's a nice little, like, neat explanation that you would give in an explainer video like this. But I don't know. I'm not a cultural anthropologist. I'm not an etymologist. I'm not somebody who actually looks at the origins and uses of words. You know, or the ideas associated with them, but I would bet that this idea actually predates the Sinclair one, and that's why Sinclair used dinosaurs as their logo and everything. But I will leave that up to you, the viewer, to decide for yourself here, because I don't actually have any hard evidence there. That's just a hunch on my part. So let's watch.
In reality, however, the origin of this myth is far more specific and involves one of history's greatest producers of petroleum, the Sinclair Oil Corporation. Founded in 1960.
And are they really one of history's greatest producers of oil? They're very small nowadays. I mean, they pale in comparison to Exxon or BP or Standard Oil, which is broken up into a number of different oil companies, including Chevron. I don't think Sinclair Oil was ever particularly big, but at least compared to its big competitors like that. Shell, Royal Dutch Shell, holy cow, so much bigger than Sinclair, right? Even Texaco is probably bigger than Sinclair. Sinclair is like a regional oil distributor.
By Harry F. Sinclair, Sinclair Oil quickly grew into the 7th largest oil company in the US and the largest in the American Midwest. The company's first association with dinosaurs came in 1930 when it launched a series of oil cans featuring illustrations of 12 different dinosaurs. The cans were part of an advertising campaign to promote Pennsylvania and Opaline brand lubricants derived from crude oil, then thought to have been formed during the Mesozoic era. The campaign was a hit, with the Brontosaurus proving so popular that Sinclair registered it as a company trademark trademark in 1932. Dubbed Dino, the green Brontosaurus logo soon became a familiar sight along American highways, adorning hundreds of Sinclair service stations across the country. The following year, Sinclair sponsored a dinosaur-themed exhibit at the 1933 to 1934 Century of Progress World's Fair in Chicago, which featured 9 life-sized model dinosaurs in recreated prehistoric settings.
Yeah, and this actually was hugely influential. I think, was it Barnum Brown who actually consulted on some of these at the time? There are a number of paleontologists who say that they were first inspired to learn about dinosaurs because of visiting this exhibition. They were so astonished that these creatures were real. Yeah. And Golganek, you don't remember. Golganek, this is from the 1930s. You don't. Surely you don't remember this in person, Golganek. Oh boy, yeah. And Mistrictian says we have the Sinclair dinosaur model here in Montana in quite a few places, including my town. Oh, you're talking about the sauropod at the service stations. Yes, Mistrictian. I took some photos with some of these, well, many times. Shoot. Yeah, I'll show you some in a minute. Yeah.
Educated visitors about the prehistoric origins of petroleum and how
herself, Schrodinger's herself,
distributed petroleum products around the world. Sinclair's aim in linking dinosaurs with oil was to convince its customers that better oil came from older deposits, with its advertising literature touting that its products were mellowed 80 million years.
Yeah.
The public took the association a little too literally, and the myth that oil came from dinosaurs was thusly born. Sinclair's 1933 exhibit was a smash.
They never actually explicitly state that oil comes from dinosaurs, though. So that's why I don't really buy this idea that myth comes directly from a Sinclair, because they never actually state that outright. If Sinclair had a bunch of, big neon signs, oil comes from dinosaurs, dinosaurs turn into oil comes from dinosaurs, then I might be more inclined to accept that, but they didn't do that. Instead, trying to find you some images here. There you go. Sinclair, Pennsylvania motor oil. I used to have this same sign. Mellowed 100 million years. There you go. This is what we're talking about here. It doesn't say oil comes from dinosaurs. They never said that. Mellowed 100 million years. Like you see right there. They don't say oil comes from dinosaurs. So, far be it from me to defend an oil company. But they definitely did use dinosaurs a lot in their advertising, because what else are they going to use? Foraminifera? Radiolaria? Plankton? Zooplankton? They're going to use dinosaurs. Mellowed 100 million years while scaly monsters fought in Pennsylvania. I bet you in all this text they never actually claim that these dinosaurs became oil. Yeah, millions of years ago in the Devonian Age, she was stored away in the Allegheny district of Pennsylvania. The finest crude oil. Pennsylvania grade oil that flows at 0. Sinclair, Pennsylvania motor oil, formerly Sinclair something. Can't actually read that, it's too grainy. So I don't buy this idea, actually, that it's directly because of Sinclair oil that people associate oil with dinosaurs, or people think that oil was derived from dinosaurs. I think it's more Sinclair oil was, they may have been reinforcing that idea in people's heads, that association, but I think the idea of fossil fuels in general, I think that was already a thing, Yeah. Mistrictian says they probably chose the sauropod as an icon because it is more eminently recognizable than, say, Ariops. Yeah, that Permian reptilomorph Ariops. Agreed, Mr. Ichthyan. Agreed. Yeah. And Schrodinger's donut says oil is produced in the oil-producing glands in dinosaurs. No, Schrodinger's donut. Dinosaurs are not whales. Whale oil comes from whales. Petroleum does not come from dinosaurs. Oh, boy.
Smash hit and one of the most popular attractions at the fair, prompting the company to go all in on dinosaur-themed branding. A line of rubber Brontosaurus toys soon appeared for sale at Sinclair service stations, while an anthropomorphic dino dressed as a service attendant promoted Sinclair products in print advertisements.
Well, 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 I will show you one of these in just a little bit because I have one here in my office. But let's get to the 1960s first, when these were produced.
Some Sinclair stations even built life-size models of the company mascot.
There it is.
The entrance, creating readily visible highway landmarks. Around the same time, Sinclair entered a partnership with American paleontologist Barnum Brown, curator of...
Yeah, and Barnum Brown, who described Saurolophus. I told you Barnum Brown would show up later. So Barnum Brown, sometimes nicknamed Mr. Bones, he was a vertebrate paleontologist from the American Museum of Natural History, and I'm actually going to be retracing some of his footsteps in Wyoming in June, it looks like. Going through an area where he tried and failed to find dinosaur fossils. I guess they just weren't eroding out at the time. Now they're all over the place. I'm going to be working with a crew digging up some dinosaurs in a place that Barnum Brown explored 100 years before. Probably more than 100 years before. But yeah. And actually, let me see if I can find you a quick video. Yeah. Here, I was not expecting to find this, but from CBS Sunday Morning. Check this out. Almanac, T-Rex discoverer, Barnum Brown.
And now a page from our Sunday Morning Almanac. February 12th, 1873. 144 years ago today. The day fossil hunter Barnum Brown was born in Carbondale, Kansas. Prophetically named after circus...
Wait. This is why we didn't talk about Barnum Brown this year, is because that's the same birthday as who? Actually, who is also born, famously, on February 12th? Kind of important guy for the history of evolutionary biology? We just did this, says Claire Burr. Yeah, old Chucky D. Old Chucky Darby. Yeah. You're married to Charles Darwin, Tea Time Cat? I'm so sorry for your loss. He died well over 100 years ago. Also, Abe Lincoln. Not just February 12th, but February 12th of 1809, the same exact year there, Tea Time Cat. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Also, Abe Lincoln. Very cool. So, Tea Time Cat knows her stuff. Very, very cool. Yeah. Anyway. Barnum Brown.
Carbondale, Kansas. Prophetically named after circus showman P.T. Barnum. Brown was instrumental in igniting a worldwide fascination with dinosaurs. A fascination that continues to this day. As a child, Brown collected fossilized shells from mineral deposits near his home, and later landed a job with the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Then, in 1902, while living in Hell Creek, Montana, Brown discovered the partial skeleton of a huge, previously unknown dinosaur. Scientists named it Tyrannosaurus rex.
Henry Fairfield Osborn named it Tyrannosaurus rex. Henry Fairfield Osborn, who himself was a real jerk and kind of a third-rate scientist, but he was an excellent museum administrator, and the whole reason that the AMNH, the American Museum of Natural History, has its current status, and it's because of Henry Fairfield Osborn. first-rate museum administrator, maybe a third-rate scientist. He wasn't actually a very good scientist. He was also just like a racist eugenicist and a real jerk. But anyway, Henry Fairfield Osborn was the guy who named Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it was discovered by Barnum Brown. Yeah.
Scientists named it Tyrannosaurus Rex.
HFO named it Tyrannosaurus Rex, the guy I was talking about.
Latin for the Tyrant King.
Yeah.
The bones were shipped
Tyrant
to New
Lizard
York
King.
And in 1906 put on display. Crowds lined up for blocks to see the beast the New York Times called a monster. A stylish man known on occasion to wear a fur coat on expedition.
Yeah, Barnum Brown.
Brown then unearthed a more complete skeleton, including a nearly intact skull.
Yeah.
The T-Rex would become by far the most famous of the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
A crowd pleaser in films like 1925's
This is well put together. I like this.
Wrestling with the giant ape in King Kong.
Yeah.
And of course, wreaking havoc in the Jurassic Park movies.
Oh, and we're going to see this in a little bit too. Holy cow. Yeah.
Ever the showman, Brown's last project was designing the dinosaur models, including his beloved T-Rex, for the Sinclair Oil exhibit at the 1964 New York World's Fair.
Yes, indeed.
He would die at age 89, a
Wow.
few months before the fair opened. And while
Wow.
he never got to see his work on display, he would have been pleased that, no surprise, crowds lined up for blocks.
Yes, indeed.
Do whenever a dinosaur comes to town.
Very cool. Very cool stuff. Yeah. Really nice. That's wild to me. Wait, how is this possible? Hang on a minute. This channel has 1.22 million subscribers. CBS Sunday Morning. And this video has only 8.3 thousand views. They probably have a million zillion videos. That's probably it. But anyway, yeah. I don't know. YouTube, it's opaque. And only 56 likes, yeah. You know, it deserves a like from me too. There we go. It was well produced. But yeah, link it please? You bet, Claire Burr. There you go. Their viewership tends older. Could be, Bette Midler. It is traditional news, by the way. And as we all know, nobody under the age of 90 watches news on the television machine anymore. You know? I'm only partly kidding. But yeah, yeah. I'm doing quite well, RPG fan. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome back. So that's Barnum Brown. This guy right here from our video.
Around the same time, Sinclair entered a partnership with American paleontologist Barnum
Brown. Yeah.
The American Museum of Natural.
Holy cow, you and Chad you're gonna learn so much about Barnum Brown over the course of the next, well, over this summer, when I'm gonna be digging in some rocks that Barnum Brown once explored. We're gonna be talking all about Barnum Brown and his legacy. You are gonna be sick and tired of that name by the end of it. Barnum Brown. It's a great name, so maybe it'll take longer to get sick of it. It really is a great name. But yeah. And I'm glad you're making money and working, RPG fan. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. Paleo salute to you, RPG fan.
History and the discoverer of the first Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton in 1902. In exchange for funding his expeditions, Brown wrote promotional materials for Sinclair and designed a series of dinosaur-themed stamps, which proved so popular that the first printing sold out in a single day. Sinclair...
Hang on. Speaking of dinosaur-themed stamps, I would be remiss if I didn't share this. I managed to make it to the post office today. There was a mysterious first class envelope which arrived. There we go. Yeah. I don't know who from. I open this up. And in it was another envelope. Right here. Presumably to keep the thing from bending. Because inside... Holy cow.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
1997, the World of Dinosaurs sheet of 1532-cent postage stamps scored 3,136 by USPS.
Travel the world. Exquisite timing there. Holy cow, I hope somebody clipped that. Have a look. Travel the world, did you send these? This is actually really, really wonderful because, Travel, that is extraordinary. Thank you, thank you. It was just on Tuesday that I was visiting my old comrades at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. And Dave Smith, in his office there, has this framed up on his wall. And I said, that is a beautiful... Well, I didn't say it, I thought it. That is a beautiful, beautiful piece of work there. I would love to have this up on my wall. And now I can. So these are dinosaur stamps issued by the U.S. Postal Service back in 1997, I want to say. Featuring art by famed paleo artist James Gurney. Some of you may not know that you're familiar with his work, but you definitely are. Have you ever heard of Dinotopia? James Gurney is the creator of Dinotopia. He wrote the books, and he did the artwork, which makes Dinotopia what it is. Yeah. This is extraordinary, Travel the World, and I am deeply grateful. So thank you, thank you. That is very, very cool. Again, up here in the late Jurassic of North America, Ceratosaurus, and holy cow, we're going to be talking all about Ceratosaurus next week. Yeah, somebody pull up the schedule in the commands there. But Ceratosaurus, these actually might get moved around a little bit. Because I might actually be streaming early on Friday. Anyway, we might scoot this one and this one over one. In fact, here, let's grab that. Put that there. Let's make this gold. And criminy it. It just doesn't want to... Yeah. We'll make that regular color there. Right there. We'll be talking about Ceratosaurus on the 15th now, actually. Oh boy, and now I gotta do this over again. That and that. I don't know why these things can't be consistent in, Nope, not that. Shoot. Fill color. That's my mistake. There we go. This is going to be an early day here, so this deserves a different color. There we go. Yeah. We got to figure out what we do. Let's do a fossil news stream that day. Take all these and then make those vertically aligned. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we'll be talking about Ceratosaurus, holy cow, on the 16th, which is next Thursday, 1 week from today. It is going to be a ton of fun. That's this animal right here, Ceratosaurus, who also appears on the Camptosaurus stamp right there, too. Watch out, Camptosaurus. He might try and eat you. You're such a... You sweet summer dinosaur, Camptosaurus. You get away from that wicked, wicked Ceratosaurus. My goodness. Yeah. Yeah, oh no. There's Camarasaurus, a Brachiosaurus altithorax, who now we know would look a little bit different from that. Everybody's favorite, Stegosaur, a Stegosaurus. And Allosaurus, whom we are currently 3D printing on the 3D printer. Although, that printer sounds awful quiet. Is this done already? It's done. Holy moly. Not the whole Allosaurus, just that one bone out of like 60 for the skull. But yeah, anyway. Thank you, Travel. This is extraordinary. I really appreciate it. Beautiful. Yeah. Very, very nice.
I used to collect stamps as a kid, but I still appreciate them. So glad you like them.
I love them so much, Travel. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate this. I've got to see about getting a proper frame for these and putting a nice mat around them. And these are the original stamps, by the way. This is not a reproduction. This is not a reprint. Look at the perforations there. Like, this is the original stamps. Really excellent, Travel. This is very, very cool. Yeah. I cannot wait to get this properly framed. And, it is going to be a beautiful addition to my office decor here, Travel. So thank you so much. Yeah. From James Gurney, the visionary artist behind Dinotopia. How do I put these back? There they go in here. Okay. It's really funny, Travel. My grandmother on my mom's side, so my mom's mother, she actually worked for the U.S. Postal Service for years and years and years. That's how she supported all of her 5 children as a single mother back in the 1960s and 70s and yeah. And she gave me a book for some birthday some year. I was probably like 7 years old, and she gave me this book about like famous US postage stamps. And as a kid, I was like, oh boy, I really like dinosaurs. Why are you giving me this book about postage stamps? And then I opened the page to that book, to the James Gurney World of Dinosaurs stamp series, and I said, holy cow, these are beautiful. So after that, I loved that book. There was one page I'd turn to, and I'd look at that all the time. And that's these stamps. Anyway, thank you, Travel. That's pretty cool. I am deeply grateful. So let me make sure I put these into, I protect them well. Here we go. Yeah. So anyway. But yeah. And Macro Maro has got a phenomenal question for us. Maro Maro, I'm so glad you asked. Holy cow. That makes me happy. Maro Maro says, so I'm a noob. That means a newbie. For any of you not in on the internet lingo there. I'm looking for a book and the subject that explains and talks about dinosaurs in a storytelling way. No technical stuff. Any recommendations? Oh boy. That's an excellent question, Maro Maro, as Kennedy says there. Yeah. I think I've got 2 options for you. There's kind of two different avenues I could go with this. The first of which is like an encyclopedia kind of a deal, sort of, but like a very well illustrated encyclopedia. I actually have it here on my shelf. I'll show you. This is probably about 15 years old now, but it's still really, really excellent. If you're looking for something with a lot of pictures that'll actually have, like, really good visual representations of these animals, this is pretty exquisite. I promise it is, even if it looks blurry here. It's actually really good. Come on. Dinosaurs, the most complete, up-to-date encyclopedia for dinosaur lovers of all ages. This is by Tom Holtz, right here, and illustrated by Louis V. Ray. So Holtz is a really well-known dinosaur paleontologist. He's very good on Twitter if you want to follow him. But basically, this outlines different groups of dinosaurs with beautiful illustrations by Louis Ray. Yeah. And, it is very readable text. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah, jaws that bite, claws that catch. Isn't that a line from Jabberwocky? Yeah, but brains and speed do not a predator make. Theropods actually needed to kill their victims before eating them. Ever since the discovery of Megalosaurus, the first Mesozoic theropod found, paleontologists have known that the carnivorous dinosaurs had blade-like serrated teeth. Anyway, it's written in a way that's very clear, kind of non-technical. You know, intelligent children would eat this book up, holy cow, or curious adults who have not lost their sense of wonder from childhood would also deeply appreciate this book, I think. Really, really excellent stuff with beautiful illustrations. It is, yeah, there's Tyrannosauroids right there, the tyrant dinosaur. So Holtz goes out of his way to try and make things kind of non-technical. So unquestionably the coolest, most spectacular of all dinosaurs, indeed of all living things in the history of Earth, is Tyrannosaurus Rex. And he says, okay, I'm biased. T-Rex and its closest kin are my professional specialty, and it's been my favorite dinosaur since I was a kid, but really it has the best name, which translates to King of the Tyrant Lizards. Anyway, yeah. This book here, Dinosaurs by Holtz, H-O-L-T-Z. Excellent book to have. Really, really nice. And you would be super lucky to be able to find a copy of this on, say, Thrift Books. I'll look for it for you now and see if it's there. Let's see. Holtz not. Holy moly! Oh, somebody scoop this up ASAP. You can get a hardcover version of this, good condition, for $12.89 on Thrift Books. Grab that while you can. Somebody scoop this up. Holy moly. Yeah, that's a steal, RPG fan. That's practically a crime. Or you can get it in a library binding for $24.29. Whoever gets their second will probably get that one. But yeah, good stuff. But if you're looking for like a narrative book to read, like something that reads like a story, maybe fewer illustrations and more text, it gets a little trickier. I have not personally read this one. But I've heard generally positive things about it. The Rise and Fall of the Dinosaurs by Steve Brusatte. Here's a link to that right there, too. I, again, haven't read this one. But I've heard pretty good things. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question there. That's an excellent question, Maro Maro. You know, Maro Maro. Also, you know, the more you hang out in this community, the more you will learn about dinosaurs, even if it's just through, like, osmosis. If you listen to this stream while you're doing the dishes, or walking the dog, or vacuuming your apartment, or what have you. And the added bonus is you can actually ask questions live, which is pretty cool. So yeah. As a D&D nerd, I need pictures. We'll go with the Holtz one then, Maro Maro. Go with the first link that I gave you there. Yeah. Got it. Thank you. Maro Maro. Enjoy. Yeah. So yeah, through osmosis. Nice one. I wasn't trying to make a joke there, Hugh. That's a phrase that people say, right? Yeah. I watch you while coding. There you go, Maro Maro. Very nice. Well, happy coding to you. May everything you ship be free of bugs. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta get back to our video here. Shoot, where... wait, what happened? We were talking about Barnum Brown. We're further than this. There we go. We're here. Barnum Brown.
Readily visible highway landmarks. Around the same time, Sinclair entered a partnership with American paleontologist Barnum Brown, curator of fossil reptiles at the American Museum of Natural History and the discoverer of the first Tyrannosaurus rex skeleton in 1902. In exchange for funding his expeditions, Brown wrote promotional materials for Sinclair and designed a series of dinosaur-themed stamps, which proved so popular that the first printing sold out in a single day. Sinclair
Very nice.
staged its 1933 exhibit at the Texas Centennial Exposition in 1936 and the New York World's Fair in 1939, wowing and further cementing the link between dinosaurs and oil in the popular imagination. 24 years later, he achieved yet another publicity.
Hang on a second. I think we've got another... When I look in Jack Horner's book, The Complete T-Rex, I think we have a representation of T-Rex in here from the Sinclair exhibition. There you go. Yeah, bow. Ding, 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 ding. There we go. Yeah. Sinclair. Big News, 2nd edition. Chicago World's Fair edition. It's the Chicago World's Fair? What? Anyway. And the subtitle here is Cutie Cuts Cuticle. Because there's this lady trimming the... Anyway. Cutie Cuts Cuticle. Come on now. Manicuring has entered the field of big business at the World's Fair, judging from this photo of Julia Lyons, who is emerging in keeping Tyrannosaurus Rex, king of the tyrant reptiles, in shape for his daily battle with his ancient foe Triceratops at the Sinclair Dinosaur exhibit. While these strange dinosaurs roamed the earth millions of years ago, nature was mellowing and filtering the crudes from which are made today's Sinclair Opaline and Sinclair, Pennsylvania motor oils. So again, Sinclair never coming out and stating, oh yeah, our oil is made from dinosaurs. It never actually said that. They did advertise dinosaurs alongside their petroleum products, but again, I don't think that's because of them that the public associates oil with dinosaurs. I think it's more the idea of prehistory, and when people think of prehistory, they think dinosaurs, you know? So yeah. I do not code Kennedy. No, not at all. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah.
Dinosaur man.
And
Very welcoming community here. I appreciate you all. Less than 3.
Maro Mara, holy cow, 2 months of subscribing there. Were you already subscribed to Maro Mara, or are you resubscribing today, or did you subscribe for the first time for 2 months straight? I'm confused, but either way, I appreciate your ongoing support tremendously. Thank you, thank you. It says you resubscribed. You must have been subscribed earlier. You were gifted the first time. Well, thank you, thank you. Holy cow, Maro Maro. Thank you for your support. That means a lot to me. It really does. Welcome to the community. Yeah. Excellent. Shoot, let me find out. Every time I press sound alert buttons,
That belongs in a museum.
it skips us to different parts in the video. I wish there were a way. If any of you coders know of a way that I can prevent that, that would be lovely. If there's like a setting in YouTube that I can click on or off, that'd be great. But anyway, yeah. And Holmes9139, thank you for the follow, Holmes. Welcome, welcome.
As a giant balloon in the 1963 Macy's Thanksgiving.
Yep, here we go.
Made its debut. 24 years later, the company achieved yet another publicity milestone when its famous logo made its debut as a giant balloon in the 1963 Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
You can still see this to this very day in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. This is a tradition that continues at least into 2022, as far as I know. Sinclair still has a big old green sauropod balloon that goes down Fifth Avenue or whatever the parade route is for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
The balloon proved so popular that in 1975, Dino was named an honorary member of the Museum of Natural History. But Dino's greatest triumph would come the following year, when Sinclair staged an enhanced version of its 1933 exhibit called Dinoland at the 1964 to 1965 New York World's Fair, which featured 9 dinosaur models designed by famed sculptor and diorama maker Louis Paul Jonas. Improved technology allowed all 9 of the models, including the Brontosaurus, to be fitted with animatronics and placed in lifelike environments complete with a bubbling volcano and flashing lighting, creating an experience Sinclair touted as lifelike and authentic as modern science and painstaking research can make it.
And it kind of was for the time. I mean, yeah.
Having learned the power of merchandising from its previous exhibit, Sinclair made sure that Dinoland kept plenty of keepsakes on hand for visitors to take home.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look at a video of that exhibition right here, actually. Yeah. Because there is, on the old YouTube. There we go. Longtime viewers will actually recognize clips from this. Here in our channel. Take a look.
These are a few of the millions of car-owning, traveling Americans who will be telling their friends about the fair and Sinclair Dinoland for years to come.
In 1964, this was one of the biggest dinosaur-related events to ever take place. I mean, holy cow, this is maybe the most exciting, memorable thing from the 1964 World's Fair. Although, actually, you know, to be fair, no pun intended, Walt Disney and Ford Motor Company also had another exhibit, pavilion, whatever you want to call it, that featured dinosaurs too. We're not going to get into that now, but dinosaurs were really the star of the show at the 1964 World's Fair. Check it out.
Dinoland, in a prime location, surrounded by titans of American industry.
Yeah.
Popular exhibits of the New York World's Fair. A world of wonders that flourished 200 million years ago.
Yeah.
World, recreated by Sinclair. Youngsters and adults alike stand in awe of a world that was.
A world that was. It's like, I kind of love this because it's like, people are astonished that, like, wow, there were aminals here on the earth before we were. I mean, as a paleontologist, it's like, this is what I do. You know, this is something that I you know, of course this is the case, but back in the 1960s, a lot of people would have been astonished by this very fact, that there were creatures that roamed our planet long before we ever evolved as human beings. Yeah. And Kennedy says, my mom worked at the 1964 World's Fair, and she did a lot of the copy for the displays and exhibits. Very cool, Kennedy. Very, very cool. Yeah. Really neat.
Here, too, there are interesting favorites. The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high. 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
So yeah, this is back when duck-billed dinosaurs like this, you know, today we might call this Edmontosaurus. Back then, Trachodon was the name that you would call this critter, because this was a tooth taxon. Anyway, this is one of the earliest North American named dinosaur taxa. Trachodon. I forget what the name means, but anyway, it's just based on teeth. And so, like, flat-headed duck-billed dinosaurs like this, what today we would call Edmontosaurus, back then was called Trachodon. Funny how these things change, you know?
This is Laura Dern of Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Xiao Mian Tiao, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Tyrannosaurus, king of the tyrant lizards. Not much on looks, maybe, but popular with many visitors. 50 feet from tip to tip, 20 feet high, fiercest creature that ever lived. A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
Yeah. And is digging up dinosaurs really frustrating work? It certainly can be, Oscar Juniors, yeah. Certainly for an amateur or somebody who's just learning the trade, you know? Yeah, for certain. Absolutely.
Triceratops, sort of a 30-foot walking battering ram. That skull measures 7 feet. The Ankylosaurus is also popular, if you judge by the amount of attention he gets.
Yeah, sure.
The world.
And shoot, does he not have a club at this point? There's no club on the tail. Again, this is based on the really old representations of Ankylosaurus, before we recognized, due to discoveries of critters like, say, Euplocephalus or Pinacosaurus or Cychania, these animals actually had clubs on their tails.
The world's first armored tank, you might say. The trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates. If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
So longtime viewers of this channel will recognize this. This is like clicking in your brain. Holy cow. These are alerts that I have on the channel, too. They're all taken from this video. Did you say Pinacosaurus? We talked about it extensively yesterday, Schrodinger's donut. Pinacosaurus. Yeah.
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
And I kind of object to that. Stegosaurus would have been one of the most beautiful of dinosaurs, in my opinion. You know, maybe today you can see this Stegosaurus, this same exact model. You can see at Dinosaur National Monument. Outside of Jensen, Utah, on the Utah-Colorado border. And let me show you some photos of this. Yeah. Kabow. There you go. There's that same Stegosaurus there. Decades later. Pretty cool. Outside of Dinosaur National Monument. Well, inside Dinosaur National Monument, there's the visitor center right there. Very cool. So yeah, most of these you can still find around the U.S. to this day. at various museums and parks. Cool stuff. Yeah. But yeah, if you were to, here. I'm trying to find you some decent modern images of Stegosaurus. Not this. This is Jurassic World garbage. Something more up to date. Beautiful right there. Holy cow. The PNSO Stegosaurus. Look at this sprightly posture there. Look at that upright, dignified pose to the neck. Holy cow. Really exquisite. I'm trying to find this for you larger. Where'd it go? This? There we go. That's nice and big. Yeah. Stegosaurus. You know, not a slovenly, slumped over, tail dragging, can barely keep my head up kind of animal. No. Sprightly, upright, look at my plates. Take notice. Beware my spiky tail. You know, this is what these animals actually would have looked like in life, according to more recent study of them. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Very, very cool animals. Yeah. What a neat animal. Stegosaurus. But yeah. Yeah.
No wonder Dinoland is so popular.
Nope, hang on. Get rid of those tabs. There we go. And Nell says, did you talk about why Stegosaurs were outlived by Ankylosaurs so well? Can you now talk about it? We don't know, Nell. That actually... I have a project that I would like to work on with some colleagues about that, because I have some ideas as to why that's the case, but that's still a mystery. Now, we actually don't know why Ankylosaurs survived and thrived throughout the Cretaceous and Stegosaurs went extinct. I have an idea or two about that, but I can't share that now because I don't want to get scooped. I don't want somebody else to publish that out from under me. You know? Science can be a little bit competitive sometimes. And so, but yeah, that's an excellent question there, Nell. Really is. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Stegosaurus.
A versatile sort of Stegosaurus. 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Oh, he's a beautiful critter. Shoot, Stegosaurus, I think, would have been a truly beautiful dinosaur. Those enormous, ridiculous plates on its back would have been really brightly colored. Here, this animal's all just like brownish green, or greenish brown. No, in real life, this animal, you would have spotted it from hundreds of meters away. Like, holy cow, there's a stegosaur right there. Look how bright it is. Look how flamboyant. Yeah.
No wonder Dinoland is so popular with so many fair visitors, is on so many must-see lists.
Yeah.
And of course, there's that face so familiar to all of us.
There we go.
Our own Dino. On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
35 tons.
About the right size for a company like ours. As a result of being featured as the Sinclair trademark, Brontosaurus is world famous.
Ah.
The miniature of Brontosaurus is one of the highlights of Dinoland.
Well, well, well.
Make their own souvenirs. This has helped make it a favorite. In fact, Dino is the most popular souvenir sold at the fair.
Very cool. Yeah! And this gets us back into this video right here. Check it out.
Including a book titled Sinclair and the Exciting World of Dinosaurs. But perhaps the most popular attraction at Dino Land, and the fair as a whole, was the Mold-O-Rama machine, which for a
Mold-O-Rama
injection molded one of 7 plastic dinosaur figures right in front of the user's eyes. Doubtless the proliferation of tiny dinosaurs made of plastic, a material from oil, helped to further cement the link between the two in the minds of impressionable fair-going children. The connection...
I don't think many impressionable fair-going children actually recognized that plastic is made from oil at the time. But this certainly did help to popularize the idea of dinosaurs in the minds of the public. That much, I think, is indisputable. Now, let me see if I can show you... I took video of this, didn't I? So it would have been after that... But before this, before I got to Utah, I was in Chicago at the Field Museum. Holy cow. Yeah. Wait. Is that it? No, 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 no. Shoot. Do I not have better video of that? Oh, criminy, I don't. Man, that's crummy. But here's one of the Mold-O-Rama machines. You know what? I can find you a video on YouTube, I'm sure. There we go. Come on now. Come on! Shoot. Where's the Apatosaur one? This is the same video that we saw earlier, right? Yeah, goodness, that's not what I'm looking for. Well, shoot, this is one that I didn't manage to get. But this is a Triceratops here. Check this out. Very cool.
There's the mold on one side, there's the other, and then I'm assuming that the plastic
Yeah.
at the bottom or that device.
And Blue Laser to the sky. Welcome, welcome, Blue Laser. I'll show you mine in just a second.
That's the air that activates the piston.
True, true. So it's over here.
Let's see, let's do this.
This looks like a heated hose.
Very cool.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh no, take my money.
Or copper.
All right, take the money. Nice. I can't tell you guys how excited I am about this.
Very, very cool.
What steals your money?
Oh, there we go. Okay, let's do it. Come on, let's watch. Come on.
This is so neat.
It's always been more of a smell experience. Look at the picture.
So it's putting the mold together, injecting plastic into it, high temperature.
That thing up top's gonna scrape it off, and then.
And you can hear the like vacuum happening too. It's like sucking all the plastic out to the outsides.
Really?
Because it's a hollow mold. It's a hollow plastic. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, very cool.
Oh my gosh.
I wish I'd gotten the Triceratops too. That's lovely.
That's happiness right there. Are you guys doing one? Is anybody else doing one?
Yeah, I will do one.
You would do one?
T-Rex.
You want T-Rex? Not gonna mess around with. Tyrannosaurus is my favorite.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty nice.
Beautiful.
It's gonna go in my son's room, but secretly it's for me.
Triceratops. Pretty neat. Yeah. So, of course, you can do this for Apatosaurus as well, formerly known as Brontosaurus. And here is mine. When I was doing a live stream at the Field Museum in Chicago, I did a full, Twitch live stream, mobile stream, at the Field Columbian Museum of Natural History in Chicago, back in that would have been like mid-July 2022. After I was done with the stream, I went around and got my pressed pennies, and I got this as well. which is a Sinclair mold Apatosaurus right here. Just really beautiful. This is a piece of history right here, chat. Pretty awesome. Yeah. And it even says right there, Field Museum, Chicago on the side. Very, very neat. Yeah. This made me so happy. Yeah. So this actually sat in my car. I'm really glad it didn't melt. But this sat in my car in like 120-degree temperatures for a month when I was out digging dinosaurs in eastern Utah before I got home. And it did not melt. So yeah. Yeah. There you go. More detailed than you thought? Yeah, Wimpwomp. It's pretty impressive, actually. Yeah. There's a little bit of flashing along the seam between the two halves of the mold, but for the most part, pretty impressive detailing here. It's really nice. I like it a lot. So yeah. Yeah. So anyway, very, very cool. Blue Laser to the Sky posted. Says, long-time watcher, first-time commenter, and welcome, welcome. Blue Laser to the Sky. It's so nice that we can share a moment like this. Is this your same Moldorama Apatosaurus from the Field Museum? It's the same one that I got. Blue Laser, welcome, welcome. Yeah, very, very cool. You have a Lincoln Zoo Moldorama koala until your dachshund ate its arm. Oh no. Yeah. Those things are hot for a few months. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Exact same, Blue Laser? There you go. Well, I'm glad that this is finally the moment that drew you out of lurking and into commenting. It is wonderful to have you here, Blue Laser. I wonder how many other wonderful lurkers are lurking at this very moment. Long-time lurkers who have not yet commented. You know, come on in. The science is fun. Wonderful to have you here, Blue Laser. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. Yeah. So yeah, I've got this here on my desk. And what a cool piece of dinosaur pop culture history right there, you know? So yeah. This song's called Popcorn, Moonrise Rabbit. Yeah. And Sergeant Raccoon, you're lurking. Yeah, but you've commented before, Sergeant Raccoon. Not to say you're not special. You definitely are, Sergeant Raccoon. Thank you for being there. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's continue with this video. Up. And Metal X Militia, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing, Metal X Militia. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.
Was likely not lost on their parents either, for Sinclair service stations were prominently featured in both of the fair's parking lots. Despite incidents like 2 dinosaurs being mysteriously stolen in 1965, Dinoland's once again.
Winks of Daedalus, thank you for the follow. Following very closely there. Beautiful cassowary. Shoot, that reminds me of the cassowary whose GIF I posted today to announce the stream. There we go. Yeah. Talking about Thursday Birds Day. Anyway, Winks of Daedalus, welcome, welcome. If anybody else is watching and who's not yet followed, feel free to go ahead and follow, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And Winks, hello to you. Paleo, salute to you. Winks of Daedalus. Our new emote today. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, let's finish out this video.
To smash hit, being seen by nearly 50 million visitors over the fair's 2 seasons. Indeed,
Holy cow.
the exhibit attracted attention even before the fair's opening, as the exhibit dinosaurs traveled 200 kilometers by barge down the Hudson River to the fairgrounds in Queens. After the fair...
Yeah, holy cow. There's video of that too. I'll see if I can find it real quick, because that's also really interesting. Let's see. I had video. There we go. Yeah. Beautiful. Check it out. Very cool. Yeah, anyway. It was quite the journey there, you know? It really was. Oh, wrong button.
Fair closed, Sinclair rode the wave of publicity by sending the exhibit's dinosaurs on a tour of American shopping centers, after which the models were sold off to various museums and parks. Today, all but one of the original 9 dinosaurs are still on display, with the 2 most popular, Tyrannosaurus and Brontosaurus, residing at Dinosaur Valley State Park near Glen Oaks, Texas. Much has been learned about the prehistoric world since the time of the New York World's Fair. For example, we now know that the species of Sinclair's mascot, Brontosaurus, did not actually exist, and...
That's not true. Oh, boy, that's not true. It's not that Brontosaurus didn't exist. It's that it's Apatosaurus, or probably Apatosaurus. There's some paleontologists who disagree to this day, but... Anyway.
Was mistakenly created by paleontologist Othniel Marsh in 1896 by combining the body of an Apatosaurus with the head of a Camarasaurus.
Also not actually true. When Marsh was describing Brontosaurus in the literature, he didn't actually make reference to the skull like that, or at least I don't think so, not in the same way. The wrong skull being put onto Brontosaurus is more of a museum thing than it was a scientific publication thing, I think. But anyway.
We have also learned that the vast majority of petroleum predate the age of the dinosaurs, disproving even the tentative link that Sinclair was trying to make in its exhibits and advertisements. But the damage is already done, and thanks to a clever marketing campaign nearly a century ago, the myth that oil is made of dinosaurs will likely persist for decades to come. One can only hope that by then, the use of fossil fuels will finally have gone the way of the dinosaurs.
Uh-oh. Wait, what does he mean by that?
Hope that by then, the use of fossil fuels will finally have gone the way of the dinosaurs.
Uh-oh, that fossil fuel will evolve into birds and will become increasingly common, inhabiting all 7 continents of the Earth and filling the skies with its feathery thralls? I hope not. Anyway, let's hope fossil fuels instead go the way of the Phytosaurs, let's say? Champsosaurs? Mosasaurs? Some other group of now entirely extinct animals? Anyway, I know that's what he means, Claire Burr. I'm making a joke here. We'll burn feathers in our cars, Walter Bucks. You don't burn feathers in your car, Walter Buck? What are you doing? I burn a ceremonial feather every time I start up my Prius before I drive. Well, I don't really do much driving, to be honest, unless I'm driving out to the field. I mostly walk or take public transit if I'm just going around town. Unless I'm going to see Lordy and Ios, there's not really a good bus line that goes near there. So I kind of have to take my car. But yeah. Anyway, there you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, oil does not come from dinosaurs. I hope that much is obvious. You know? Yeah. But we've got people here right now, and the people, they clamor. They clamor for Thursday Birds Day. So let's go ahead and cover that. Thursday Birds Day here, as promised. I hope those of you who celebrate Thursday Birds Day have already submitted your bird photos from this week to the Discord. Let's go over them now, shall we? And I'll show you my Thursday Birds Day Thursday bird as well. For those of you unfamiliar with the concept, Thursday Birds Day is the part of paleontologizing where every week, usually on Thursdays, although last week we did it on Friday because I kind of forgot, we talk about birds. We're talking about birds a lot. Birds themselves are living dinosaurs. But I like to encourage people in this community to go out and spend some time in nature, or at least walking around their neighborhood or around their place of work. And if you see a bird, birds tend to be pretty much everywhere, take a picture of it. And let's share it. Birds are such a wonderful window into the natural world. They're ubiquitous. Let's celebrate them on Thursdays and celebrate the ongoing prevalence of dinosaurs even on this very day in March of 2023. Let's go ahead and open up the Discord here. And let's see what wonderful birds chat has photographed this week. Let's check it out. Yeah. They're dead on like. That's all I'll say. There you go. Birds are dead on. Yes, indeed. Good stuff. All right, let me scroll down. Let's go to Thursday Birds Day. Beautiful. Lenina has posted this here. Lenina, are you here in chat? Are you and Blue Front here? I hope you are, because I've got a bird for you later. Lenina says, my talkative cardinal friend at the hotel was a juvenile male, and he repeatedly, off and on all day for 5 days we were there, attacked his reflection in the windows. Lenina, you saw a bird during your business trip? Very cool. I like to think he's sparring and getting in shape for the breeding season. Kabow! Fighting with the windows. This would also describe some Microsoft customers. Some, if not all. Forgive the weird clicking, no idea what that's about. Well, let's take a look at this. Let's see here. Cardinal fighting the windows there. He's probably fighting his reflection. Yeah. Very nice, Lenina. Very, very cool. Cardinals, such cool birds. Very red when they're male. Holy moly. Captain Lamy has got a Sulawesi hornbill here for us? That is exquisite. Holy cow. A Sulawesi hornbill. Hornbills are some of my very, very favorite birds. I know I say this about many, many birds, but rare bird detected. Holy cow, Runelore. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Holy moly. Hornbills actually have special significance for dinosaur paleontology in a number of ways. Let me show you.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, they do change a lot through ontogeny. It is true. And, yeah, dinosaurs like Dilophosaurus frequently remind us of this. So, yeah. Here, let's have ourselves a look. Here's the holotype specimen of Dilophosaurus, right? Holotype, paratype, neotype. Anyway, these are the hands of Pat Holroyd, my old mentor at Berkeley. Dilophosaurus.
But when you see the skull from the front, it becomes clear that the crest isn't separated from the antorbital fenestra at all.
Yeah. Cool stuff.
It's an expansion of it. In fact, most non-bird theropod...
I actually have to run to the little paleontologist room real quick. I gotta go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, but this is one of the examples in which birds like hornbills can actually teach us a tremendous amount about dinosaurs like, for instance, Dilophosaurus right here. You know? So here, I'll be right back. You watch this.
The nasal sinuses between the nose and eye sockets in the skulls of theropod dinosaurs. But when you see the skull from the front, it becomes clear that the crest isn't separated from the antorbital fenestra at all. It's an expansion of it. In fact, most non-bird theropod dinosaurs have small crests formed by the lacrimal and nasal bones in the same area. And almost all of these crests have hollow spaces inside of them, left by air sacs expanding from the antorbital fenestra up into the bony crest.
This is the holotype of Ceratosaurus.
Ceratosaurus nasicornis.
Nasicornis, not Magnacornis.
Not
Keep it
Magnacornis,
straight, yo.
Not Dentisulcatus, and really they're all the same thing. It turns out it's all ontogenic variation. So it's interesting that you had this other fossa within the anorbital fossa that's fairly deep and almost penetrates through the actual
that's
ascending process. Yeah, that's broken, but it was very thin.
Yeah.
So this ascending process of the maxilla was highly pneumatized. And if you look at the backside here, you can see that this is crushed here. But again, why was it crushed? Well, probably because there was
air sacs in it. Yeah.
So it's all related.
There's that, and then it's got the pneumatic fossa goes all the way up into the crest. So the crest is hollow.
Here we go. We're gonna get to the hornbills in a second here.
To a bizarre extreme, and expanding those air spaces upward so much.
Check that out.
That we don't even know the full size and shape of Dilophosaurus's bony crests.
It's true.
The top edge isn't even preserved.
Yep. Very cool.
Because of the lateral crushing of the fossils, it's also a bit unclear how many layers of thin-walled, air-filled bone actually make up each of the crests. And the largest specimen with the best preserved crest has areas with thicker bars of bone.
Look at that. Yeah.
Inside of the one preserved crest.
Interesting.
Dramatic thing, like none of this might even be visible externally, but it's interesting to note.
Living bone is much more durable than brittle fossils. And so much of the fossil crest is missing or crushed that it's hard to quantify exactly how strong the bone alone would have been.
Yeah.
Dilophosaurus's crests would have been far more durable for another reason. Believe it or not, it's not just extinct dinosaurs that have thin, air-filled bony crests.
Nope. Cassowaries, hornbills,
of dinosaurs with similar crests.
Lots of other birds do
too. Still alive today.
Yeah.
Many living birds also have air-filled bony crests connected to their sinuses, and all of them sheathe their.
There's a hornbill there.
The same hard, horny material that makes up birds' beaks. Keratin is a remarkably durable material, so much so that large cassowaries can safely run through dense jungles at full speed. Some large hornbill species actually fight with their hollow crests, and some parts of these hornbill crests barely have any bone supporting them at all.
Wild!
The keratinous covering also significantly enlarges the size of the crest in life.
Very
In
cool.
some birds, the keratin expands
Is it guinea
the size of
fowl?
the crest
Yeah.
up to 1.5 times the size of the underlying bony crest. Keratin can also be grown in any color. Thus, these
Very
showy
cool.
crests play an important role in species recognition and sexual display, helping
Very
birds
cool.
to communicate and attract mates. But they have other functions as well. One recent study demonstrated that cassowary crests are an important structure for thermal regulation. By flushing the air-filled crest with blood, cassowaries can offload excess heat, which helps to keep their brains cool in the hot tropical climate where they live.
Very cool.
The hollow casques of hornbills may also help to amplify their calls. And because the air sacs throughout birds' bodies are connected back to their lungs, these air sacs help them to be highly efficient at absorbing oxygen while retaining water when they breathe.
It almost works like the nasal turbinates of mammals that do that, where like it helps them retain their moisture as they're breathing in and out. Very cool.
Absorbing oxygen while retaining water when they breathe.
Yeah.
Like modern birds, hollow spaces in the bones of Dilophosaurus didn't stop with the crests on its head.
Yep.
In fact, Dilophosaurus
And the vertebrae
shows the
too.
first signs of these air sacs invading its vertebrae.
Oh yeah. Very cool.
This adaptation helped to lighten the bones, which helped enable Dilophosaurus and later large theropod dinosaurs to become giants, while increasingly elaborate air spaces in the bones of these smaller living theropods helped them become light enough to take flight. The
Very cool stuff.
expansion of these air sacs into the crest of Dilophosaurus suggests that sexual display and possibly thermal regulation, sound resonance, or moisture retention were among the main factors driving the evolution of these structures.
Very cool.
The lightening of the bones for achieving giant size was a secondary adaptation of air sacs in the bones of dinosaurs.
Really, really neat. What a cool video here, and I'll give you the link to this. We're going to continue with our Thursday Birds Day here. But if you would like to know more about Dilophosaurus, you know, Jurassic Park's depiction of Dilophosaurus, honestly not very good at all. Let alone Jurassic World depictions of Dilophosaurus. Check out that video from Brian Eng, working paleo artist, consulting with paleontologists. You saw my old mentor there, Pat Holroyd, holding those Dilophosaurus specimens. It's good stuff. I can't recommend that video highly enough. It is brilliant. Bookmark it. If you can't watch it now or soon, bookmark it for a later date. Save it in a notes app or bookmark it to your browser, whatever. But yeah, thank you for prompting that discussion there with your beautiful hornbill photo. Sulawesi hornbill from Captain Lamy. Extraordinary. Really, really beautiful. Very, very cool. Hornbills, such cool birds. They really, really are. And we can learn so much about extinct dinosaurs from these modern dinosaurs. Really, really cool. Next up, from Dr. Terra, a crested caraca. That is super neat. What is this? Man, it looks like it's got a big old wingspan. Crested caraca. Holy caracara. There we go. Very, very cool. What a neat animal is this? Check out this living theropod dinosaur. You saw one of these, Dr. Terra? That's so cool. Holy moly. Yeah, caracara. Sorry, green herring. Yeah. Yeah. Very neat. Very, very neat. I feel like I should look up a video of these critters. I feel like we're not really... I don't know anything about this animal. Animal fact files. Let's check this out.
Caracaras aren't as well known as they should be. They kind of look like long-legged hawks and act a lot like vultures, but they're actually most closely related to falcons. Unlike falcons, who are amazing aerodynamic acrobats, caracaras spend most of their lives on the ground, or at least flying quite close to it. These birds have long legs and flat talons that are used for walking around. They can
Really? Flat talons? Cursorial birds of prey. That's a new one. Very, very cool. Wow. I'm picturing their claws, their unguals looking like ornithomimosaur unguals, where they're fairly flat at the bottom and yeah, interesting.
fly, and they're not bad at it either, but they are just more commonly seen taking a stroll as they search for food.
Very
Caracaras
cool.
are birds native to the Americas. They are most abundant in South America, though there are populations throughout Central America, and a single species found in the most southern parts of North America. The amount of
In Mexico, presumably.
is debated, but generally falls between 6 to 10. Caracaras have been described as crow-like in appearance, though they have more patterns to boast than the general uni or
Yeah,
body-colored corvids.
seriously.
Of course, we can't forget the blue jays, though. In size, caracaras range from 1.2 to 2 feet in length.
What a
and have
beautiful animal.
wingspans up to 50
Holy cow.
inches. They are often quite conspicuous because they have brightly colored faces.
Yeah, yeah, they do.
Color patches is that they are able to change color. For example, the crested caracara's face may appear yellow, but change to a bright red under different conditions.
What do they mean under different conditions? What does that mean? Does that mean different lighting conditions? Does that mean the bird under different emotional states will change its colors through different breeding seasons? What do we mean by that? That's frustratingly vague.
But change to a bright red under different conditions.
What does that mean?
Caracaras live from sea level to 4.3 miles of elevation in mountainous regions. They inhabit a range of habitats from open plains, rocky coastlines, wetlands, even farmlands, though generally they like open areas with lots of available food. These birds are sometimes killed because of their food habits. Like vultures, caracaras are scavengers and opportunists. They'll gather in flocks around carrion and are even strong enough to drive other scavengers from that meal. Due to their presence
Good for them.
animal carcasses,
You get that meal.
it's believed to have caused the death of said animals, which
Oh, no, this is like one of the reasons why the California condor almost went extinct, is because ranchers would see a group of condors, these wonderful scavenging birds. They'd see them around the carcass of a dead goat or a sheep or a cow or whatever. And they go, "Oh, dang son it, you went and killed my cow." And then they'd shoot the condors. It's like, no, these are scavenging birds. Your cow is already dead. They're just cleaning up the mess. And then now you killed them, you know? Anyway. So apparently the same thing happened to these poor caracaras.
to drive other scavengers.
Hey, Delta Rain, how you doing? Welcome.
Due to their presence
Good to
on
have you here.
animal carcasses, they're sometimes believed to have caused the death of said animals, which can be quite annoying to a farmer with a misunderstanding. In fact, the Guadalupe Island caracara went extinct at the turn of the 19th century, in part due to persecution from farmers. Generally, caracaras can't bring down adult livestock animals like goats and sheep, though they are strong enough to take out babies. Of course, caracaras also take food in the form of small mammals and reptiles as well as other birds. Caracaras may even take penguin chicks if given the opportunity. They can also act as aerial pirates, able to chase other birds, like vultures, and force them to give up a meal or even regurgitate the meal that they already ate.
It's like, hey, you look well fed. Why don't you barf that up? I want to eat it. Oh, pretty wild. Man, birds, man.
And force them to give up a meal or even regurgitate the meal that they already ate. While all of this,
You know what?
might
That's
make
calories.
caracaras seem like
Yeah.
some of these traits are actually shared with bald eagles, so maybe it just depends on perspective. Caracaras build their own nests, often using the nest from a previous year. These are non-migratory birds, and they'll mate for life. The nest may be found anywhere from 8 to 50 feet off the ground, often in a tree or other sort of tall vegetation. Both parents incubate the 2 to 4 eggs in the nest and will continue feeding the chicks once they hatch about a month later. It may take anywhere from 6 to 10 weeks before the young leave the nest, and they'll stick around for a few more weeks as their parents continue to feed them. While the adults don't move around much once they've settled into a spot, the young birds may travel far from their birthplace before finding a spot of their own.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Caracaras are vulnerable to animals like raccoons and crows while they're young, though adults are typically left alone. Caracaras may live to be at least 2 decades old. For more facts on caracaras, check out the links in the description.
That's as old as I am, chat. Holy cow, almost. Yeah, 21. As all Twitch streamers are, as you well know, chat. Yeah. Almost, indeed, Claire Burr. There you go. Yeah. So Caracara might be almost as old as me. And it seems Dr. Terra spotted a Caracara. A crested Caracara. Dr. Terra, very, very cool. It really does look like it. It's got that kind of falconiform wingspan like that. Really, really neat, Dr. Terra. Very nice. And Rune Lore has got a Eurasian coot, which is distinct from our American coots here. Very, very cool. Yeah. I saw some American coots just this afternoon, right before I started streaming. I went out for a walk. And I saw some American coots. I've never seen a Eurasian coot in my whole life. But these critters are really neat. Coots. You should actually take them seriously, you know? When you think of an old coot, you probably think of, I don't know, Grandpa Simpson? But no, these birds are excellent at surviving in their ecosystem. And they're pretty clever, too. They sound kind of like squeaky toys. At least the American ones do. I don't know what the, Eurasian ones sound like. Let's see if we can figure that out, actually. Yeah. Eurasian coot. Let's see here. Oh, very cool. They look like... So they've got more white on the forehead than our American coots. And their beaks are more white, too. It's an old world coot. Yes, indeed, Kennedy, yeah. Eurasian coot. Very neat. Yeah. Very, very cool. Yeah, really neat animal. You can't quite hear the call as much. Here, let's look up an American coot and I'll show you. They really do sound like a squeaky toy. American coot call. Here we go. The coot. The American coot. So they really sound like squeak, 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 squeak. Yeah. There's our American coots there. Really squeaky little bird. Wonderful waterfowl. I saw some of these earlier, but not Eurasian ones. I don't live in Eurasia. Anyway, very, very cool to see. Yeah. And also from Rune Lore, we've got an Australian white ibis. Beautiful. Look at this critter here. So that long curved bill characteristic of an ibis. Very neat. I saw some ibises yesterday. Maybe didn't photograph them, but photographed a different bird when I was out birding. And a royal spoonbill. Oh, you saw spoonbills too? Holy cow, Rune Lore. Really neat. I also saw some African spoonbills, I think, yesterday. And Lytton Gamer. Lytton Gamer, did you take this photograph? This is much better than any of the photos I've ever taken of birds. Holy cow, that's a California quail, our state bird here in California. Every time I see California quail out in the wild, it makes my heart sing. These are such wonderful little theropod dinosaurs, and our state bird here in California. I guess strictly speaking, we've got two state dinosaurs. One of them is a non-avian dinosaur. One of them is an avian dinosaur. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Codmos says, I thought Danny was the California state bird. Nope. Nor am I the state dinosaur either. I'm very much a mammal, Codmos. As are you and presumably everybody watching chat right now. But yeah. Yeah, if you'd like to see some live California quails on Twitch, go check out California Burbs there. Thank you, Claire Burr, for that shout out to California Burbs. See all those quail emotes there, Golganak. And California Burbs is here in chat right now. Holy cow. Wonderful, California Burbs. How are you doing? It is great to see you. Thank you for joining us. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. We are celebrating Thursday Birds Day here on Paleontologizing with some viewer-submitted photos of birds.
It's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
It's true.
37 dance rave paleo birds are dinos 2 paleo birds are dinos 3.
California Burbs, thank you for the 11 months of support. Holy cow, that is almost a whole year. And I appreciate that tremendously, California Burbs. I really, really do. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for the past 11 months. Thank you for supporting me in what I do here, and I deeply appreciate you. Thank you. How have the birds been lately? What's the coolest bird or mammal or reptile or amphibian that you've seen lately? And is it as rainy where you are right now, California Burbs, as it is where I currently am? Of course, broadcasting from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, although it's not particularly sunny right now. Let me show you what it actually looks like where I live. Here we go. Well, it's dark and rainy. You can't even see San Francisco off in the distance. It is so cloudy and rainy. And we got sirens. Uh-oh. Something's going on here. In Alameda. Not good. That doesn't look good. Hope everybody's okay. But anyway. And California Burber says, yep, we're getting our fair share of the free water from the sky right now, too. And joy, I definitely am. I actually really enjoy rain. And I've been looking forward to this current atmospheric river for a while. So I hope you're enjoying it too, California Burbs. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Claire Burr says, in Alameda, where the nuclear vessels are stored. Claire Burr, of course, referencing the greatest of all Star Trek films. Star Trek IV, Revenge of the Whales, I think is what it was called. Good stuff. Yeah, there you go, Claire Burr. See, Claire Burr knows. Yeah. And Delta Rain also knows. Delta Rain being a Trekker herself. There you go. Yeah. We never did find out what the whales looked like in the giant whale spaceship that was destroying Earth, you know? They were really upset that there were no more whales, and they're like, we're gonna mess up your stuff. Yeah, anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. And did you know that the lady that says, I'm not sure, I think it's across the bay in Alameda, was meant to say, stay silent, and she improvised the line. Really, Claire Burr? There you go. Very cool. I did not know that. Anyway, yeah, that's where I live, in the East Bay. Across the bay from San Francisco. But yeah, and I do not have Pekin ducks where I live, mayor of space. This is really cool. And this classic Thursday Birds Day shot right here, you know? Probably taken with a camera phone, you know, like I took mine with this week. Some Pekin ducks, very, very cool. We were talking about duckbill dinosaurs earlier. Here's some duck dinosaurs. Yeah. Very nice, Mayor of Space. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Green herring, it says, destroying the Earth because no more whales? Fair. Yeah, can't argue with that, green herring. Yeah. From Tarquin, says, some Canada geese spotted on my college campus. The storms in Cali have left a mini lake that the geese like. And you want to keep these geese happy. A happy goose means a goose that is less likely to chase you down and make you drop your bagel sandwich so the goose might eat it, you know? You want those geese to be happy. In fact, maybe we should start a program of periodically flooding numerous urban areas just to appease the geese, so as to make them less ornery, you know? In the grand scheme of things, that might make things easier for us as humans, you know? Anyway, Canada geese, surprisingly formidable dinosaurs. You wouldn't think that a bird like this would command as much respect as it does, but holy moly, do they've got some real moxie. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff, Tarquin. Good stuff. And Paper Cuts says eastern bluebirds basking in the morning sun, waiting on their turn at the suet. I don't personally enjoy suet, Paper Cuts, but eastern bluebirds, many other living dinosaurs certainly do. They love that fatty goodness in the suet. We have western bluebirds here where I live on the west coast. You know, west side bluebirds. Your east side bluebirds out there on the east coast look like this. They're pretty similar. Yeah, we get western bluebirds or even mountain bluebirds up in the Sierras, I think. But life in the lower Adirondacks of New York, very cool, Paper Cuts. Very cool indeed. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. And from Art Forever, 1988, it says pair of mockingbirds. They like being there every day now. Mockingbirds, you know, it's just like Atticus Finch said, don't kill a mockingbird. And like in the sequel, go kill a watchman or whatever it was. What was it called? Harper Lee? Go kill a watchman. Definitely don't mock a killing bird, you know? Don't kill a mockingbird. Do not mock a killing bird. I don't know where I'm going with this, but anyway, mockingbirds are remarkable birds. Very charismatic. And, you know, they just make beautiful songs for all of us, you know? Yeah. What about mocking a Batman? That's a necessity, Walter Buck. A Batman? You have to mock that. My goodness. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. That makes you the Joker? No, I mean, a man who dresses as a bat? Be a bird, you know? Birds are the true masters of the air. Bats are, you know, mammal come latelys. The bats. Bats are copycats, you know? Copy bats. And give them Nell since 91. How are you doing, Nell? They look like rooks, but they came when I called them, so they might be crows. They're pretty blurry, which I kind of love in a Thursday Birds Day photo, you know? It shows that it was taken opportunistically, which is what Thursday Birds Day is all about, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Those are probably crows, I would guess. Very cool, Nell. Very cool. Yeah. And here are some gulls. You gotta love some gulls, you know? Gulls, some of the most underappreciated of birds. Very nice. Yeah. There's a great Facebook group. Yeah, I think I've seen that Birds Are Dead on. Yeah. Yeah. For just blurry bird photos. I think I've seen this before. That's good stuff. Yeah. And Green Herring. Holy cow, Green Herring, an accomplished birder in their own right. Got a lifer last weekend. Holy cow. Green Herring, incredible. An American Widgeon. They're an absolutely adorable type of duck with a call that sounds like a squeaky toy. Oh, we gotta look this up as a video now. American Widgeon call. I bet you they probably sound even more like a squeaky toy than our American coot that we saw earlier. Yeah. Very, very cool, Green Herring. Very, very cool. Let's look up a video. Very cute, by the way. Holy moly. I would die for this bird. Holy cow. Yeah. Let's see. American Widgeon call. Ooh. Oh my goodness, they do sound like squeaky toys. Listen to that chorus. Oh. It sounds more like a mallard that might be out of frame here in the shot. That straight up is a squeaky toy. An American widgeon. Where was this green herring? I want to know where this was, if you wouldn't mind sharing. Where did you find your beautiful American widgeon? Yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very neat. Extraordinary there, green herring. Congratulations on finding a brand new bird. Holy cow, a lifer. That is truly extraordinary. And green herring being an accomplished birder, that's something really special. It really is. You know? Very nice. Very, very nice. And Claire Burr says, do you want to build a snowman? These two looked like they were simply playing in the snow, but I think that there was a fast food wrapper or something there. And are those crows or ravens? They look more like ravens. Very nice, Claire Burr. Corvus corax, the American raven. Beautiful critter. It's pretty extraordinary what these critters get up to. Yeah. Did you know that ravens can talk? Check this out.
So ravens are excellent at mimicking sounds they hear. Mischief, can you say hello? Hello. Good bird. He does all sorts of voices. Can you say hi? Hi. Good job. And sometimes he hears people who have a cold. Good job, Mischief.
Someone save a mind of their own?
Say hello. No. Hello. He's all excited. About hi. Hi. Good boy. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hi. This is
Saying hi. Same thing, you know?
Good bird.
Ravens are incredibly intelligent critters. No, he is not an American raven. He is a white-necked raven. Let's look those up on the Tree of Life right here. Let's look up American raven. Oh, common raven. Sorry, common raven. Corvus corax. Very, very cool, and pretty closely related to the white-necked raven, I think. There's our common raven. Yeah, I've made friends with some of these guys before. Let's jump from them to white-necked raven. Corvus albicollis, which is pretty close. So it's only 3.36 million years ago, based on, I guess, molecular studies, that white-necked ravens and common ravens shared a common ancestor. That's pretty recently. Holy cow, that's pretty recently. So yeah. Cool stuff. It's not an American exclusive. I'm sorry, Charlie's Dragon. You know what I was doing? As I was mixing up the common raven with Corvus brachyrhynchos, which is the American crow. You know, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist who doesn't specialize in avian dinosaurs. I'm a novice birder. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to the rest of these. Guess the Beak says wee bird. Is that a starling right there? That looks like a starling to me. Is this a starling beak? What do you think, chat? I would say starling, because starlings are very common. Birds are Dead On says yes. Says Danny's dead on with this. There we go. Yeah. And Codmos, that's a little off topic right now. Codmos, we're talking about birds. I'd be happy to answer some of your questions later that are a little bit more on topic. Maybe tomorrow you can help direct conversation, but right now we're talking about birds, Codmos. You know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And then we've got a pair of Cooper's Hawks in Minneapolis. Cooper's Hawks are really, really neat. Let's take a look here. Let's start this over. Actually, I gotta check on something. Yeah. We're all good. And I love this. This is, good stuff. Holy cow. Birds are such... It's so cool that they inhabit... They're cosmopolitan. You know, we've got them in just about every terrestrial environment on Earth. It's difficult to go outside for a walk and not spot a bird, you know? Yeah. Best bird of prey to use in a zombie apocalypse? I don't know what you mean, Codmos. To eat the zombies? Vultures? Starlings? House sparrows? House sparrows do well in just about any environment. But anyway. And, but yeah, very cool stuff. And Bette Midler, no, this is great. Cooper's Hawks. Very cool. Yeah, they nested in the park for over a decade. They look like they might be building their nest on my block this year. Congratulations, Bette Midler. That is very, very cool. Yeah. These awesome birds of prey right here. Cooper's Hawks. Kind of a smallish hawk, smallish bird of prey. They don't frequently, well, I don't know. They're not as conspicuous necessarily as your red-tailed hawks, your red-shouldered hawks, your golden eagles, your bald eagles. They're smaller. They tend to live in more forested environments, I think, if I remember correctly. They eat, like, little birds and rodents and stuff like that. Very cool. And it's so cool that you've got a pair of them where you are, Bette Midler. Really, really neat. I was very lucky to see a peregrine falcon today near where I live on a very tall man-made structure, and it was eating something. I was kicking myself for not having brought my binoculars. I was walking to go make an Amazon return, so I had to go to like the UPS store, and anyway, as I was walking back, there's a peregrine falcon up there on this building, just going to town eating something. And I really, really wish I'd brought my binoculars with me. I know there's falcons around there. I should have had the presence of mind to bring binoculars with me, but I didn't. Anyway, really, really cool. It's really awesome when you can see birds of prey like this near where you live, and to me, it just brightens my day. You know? It's like, yep, there's our neighborhood raptors doing their thing. Brings me such joy. And I'm sure it does for you too, Bette Midler. Very, very cool. Yeah. Kind of like your sparrowhawks. There you go, Birds of Dawn. Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me. Very cool, Birds of Dawn. A peregrine falcon struck a pigeon right above your head. Holy cow, Birds of Dawn. You didn't see it, just an explosion of feathers. That's pretty wild. Very cool. That's an honor to be able to witness that. Holy moly. Yeah. Psychonalis says, first Roadrunner of the season. Can kind of see these zygodactyl feet. Very, very neat. Yeah. Beautiful. Roadrunners are such cool birds. They really, really are, you know? Very, very cool. Meep, meep. This is Charlie's Dragon. Yes, indeed. Yeah. What a cool critter. What a cool critter. Thank you for sharing there. Psychonalis. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Oh, and there's another photo. I love when they perch like this. Oh, that makes me happy. Really, really neat. Roadrunners. It's been ages since I've seen one in the wild. Very, very cool critters. More like clack clack is how they sound. Yeah. Let's look up, you know what? I feel like we just did this last time, but let's do it again. Let's see if we can find a neat video on Roadrunners. And then I'll show you my birds. My bird that I photographed. Videoed, in fact, for today's stream. Yeah. Greater Roadrunner bird. Here we go. Yeah. There's a little one, a little juvenile maybe. Make some noises. They're so quiet. Do you hear that? Let's turn it up. Make some more noises, please. Do it. I love that little tail going up and down like that. Look at. What a cool critter. The sound is on now, yeah. Yeah. There we go. They are almost pigeon-like, Clareberry, yeah. It does sound like a dove. There we go. Make some noise. I like these guys so much. They're so cool. They're so emotive, too, with those crests like that. Wait, that's the clack right there. Do you hear that? Let me go back a little bit. There we go. Yeah, and there's a good vid there. Let's take a look at it, Psychonalis. Killing prey. Uh-oh. It's gonna kill the cameraman and eat him alive. Nope, nope. There's another bird. No, what is that? It looks like a bird. It's bluish. Is it a lizard? No, that's a lizard right there. Holy moly. Yeah. Gruesome. It's got a little mammal there? Little mouse, yeah. R.I.P. mouse. Holy cow. Another little lizard. Brutal. Yeah. Let's turn that volume up. More meat than meep meep, eh? There you go, Nell, yeah. Whoa! Get wrecked, insect. Another little lizard. R.I.P. that lizard. Ooh. Very cool. Very, very cool. Anyway, really neat stuff. Roadrunners, such interesting birds. Psychoanalyst, this is extraordinary. Very, very cool. I love Roadrunners. Really, really neat birds. And now, let me show you the bird that I encountered just yesterday. Now, this, I'm going to say, does not violate our Thursday Birds Day guidelines, because I happened to encounter this bird in person, and I photographed it. Yes, it was at the zoo. I visited the Oakland Zoo with Lordy yesterday morning. But couldn't pass up the opportunity to show you a cool bird. Behold, a blue-fronted Amazon. Remember Lenina in Blue Front? Yeah! Yes, indeed. Did it sing? You know, I can show you Birds of Den On. Yes, indeed, I can show you. Because I also took some video. There we go. Watch. Wait, is this is a blue-fronted Amazon, isn't it, Blue Front? Blue Front says, I know there are blue-fronted Amazons within this enclosure. I think that's what this is, right? Yeah. Very, very cool. Yeah. Just playing around with all this stuff. Very sprightly. I love going to the zoo in the mornings. Oh, wait. Did you hear? Look. He says, little dinosaurs. Listen, listen, listen. I gotta turn the volume up all the way so you can hear. Here we go. Little dinosaurs. No, that was actually Lordy saying that. But that is my Thursday Birds Day bird for Thursday. This beautiful blue-fronted Amazon. Yeah, that I got to see. I was lucky enough to be able to see at the Oakland Zoo. I also took a picture of a western bluebird and some American coots and some other birds. Got another grebe shot this week, but I thought this would be super, super special. So they are fun burbs indeed, Lenina. Yes, indeed. And Blue Front says cheers. Cheers to you too, Blue Front. Cheers. That's where Blue Front gets his name from. This is his namesake, the blue-fronted Amazon. Yeah. Very, very cool. So I thought of you, Blue, and Lenina, when I was there at the zoo with Lordy yesterday. What a beautiful animal. They really are extraordinary. Yeah. So yeah. And I'll see you later, Cosmos. Bye to you too. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Happy Thursday Birds Day, everyone. Hope you've had a great week. I hope you've seen some very cool birds. And feel free to photograph some birds. You know, whether it's an incredible bird like a cassowary, or whether it's just a house sparrow, or a grackle, or a starling, or a, you know, African rock dove, a pigeon. The whole reason we have Thursday Birds Day is to encourage people to go out and pay more attention to the birds around us. Birds are ubiquitous. They're just about everywhere. But in being more aware of them, when we're outside walking around, it helps connect us to nature a little bit. And that kind of connection, I feel, is critically important. It's the sort of thing that gets me excited about being outside. Communing with the natural world. That's why we have Thursday Birds Day. I'd like to encourage everyone, to go outside. It's so easy, especially on a platform like Twitch, to just sit in front of the computer all day, every day. But it is good for your mind, body, and soul to go outside and spend some time in nature. And when you see some birds flying overhead, even if they're just pigeons or house sparrows or gulls, these are birds whose ancestry dates back to the Mesozoic era. These are literally living dinosaurs, the last and only dinosaurs that we have here on Earth that survived the mass extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous, 66 million years ago. So to see these birds around us today and realize that fact, it just injects a little bit of much-needed wonder and amazement into your everyday. That's the sort of thing that I get excited about. That's what Thursday Birds Day is all about. So yeah. Very, very cool. And Bet Medler says, I felt empowered to contribute when you said the pics could be blurry. Most of mine are blurry, Bet Medler. You saw mine last week, right? Yeah, they can absolutely be blurry. I've got a garbage dog water camera on my phone, which is entirely my fault. It's all scratched up. Both the front-facing and rear-facing cameras on my phone are all just scratched to heck. So they're always blurry. But that's okay, Golganex's mine are indecipherable. Sometimes those present an interesting mystery, Golganek. What was this bird that Golganek saw? Like blurry people only exclusively take blurry photos of Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. Maybe because they're not real. But people get super excited about those blurry photos. Why not get excited about blurry photos of living dinosaurs? Modern birds, So yeah. Did I see your pics? I did, Miss Yvette. I did indeed. Unless you just posted them in the last 2 minutes, then yeah, we already looked at them. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Yvette, for posting them. Yeah. So yeah. And Bet Medler says Thursday Birds Day has gotten me out of my door to try and get photos multiple times. So mission accomplished. Yeah, Bet Medler. That makes me smile. Mission accomplished. Paleontologizing salute to Bet Medler and a Thursday Birds Day. Now, to kind of wrap up Thursday Birds Day here, we've got one more video to take a look at that I promised everyone. We talked about this a little bit a few weeks, maybe a month ago. There's been a new project. We'll see how far it actually extends, but this proposed project to de-extinct, to bring back from the grave, the dodo bird. There's a company called Colossal, the same company that is saying that they're going to resurrect the mammoth, is saying that before that they're going to do the dodo. I wish them all the luck in the world. I really, really hope that they're able to do this, but we'll have to see whether or not it actually comes to fruition, because it's going to prove to be extraordinarily difficult, I think. So let's take a look at their video right here. This is a video from Colossal Biosciences. And let's see what this is all about. Oh, yeah.
Long before life as we know it, our avian species were the heroes of our planet's biodiversity, playing their part in regulating ecosystems around the globe. Now, our bird populations need saving themselves.
De-extincting the dodo, how to revive a legend.
Though similar to the process for de-extincting mammals, our avian de-extinction process presents its own complexities and challenges.
We were talking about this during our dodo stream. In fact, shoot, let me find this for you. On the Paleontologizing YouTube page, I'm sure we can track this down. Because we did a whole big ol' stream on the dodo. This would have been... No, after this, right? Wait, where? Fossil penguins. It was before Valentine's Day, for sure. Let's see. Where did that go? Here. Let's do a search. Dodo. There you go. February 2nd. Wow. We did I was wearing a similar shirt. Video all about the dodo. And the possibility of de-extincting these birds while I 3D printed a dodo here. Anyway. Dodo DNA in the natural resin. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, here's a video. There's a link right there. It was a good while ago, Claire Bird. Longer ago than I thought. But yeah, we did a whole stream on this on February 2nd. So there's the link. You can watch that if you'd like. Yeah.
The first step is to sequence the dodo's genome.
Oh, and Travel says, may I have the link to the dinosaurs and oil video that we were watching? Yes, Travel. Let me pull that up for you. Give me just a second here. There you go, Travel. Yeah. Yeah.
Similar to the process for de-extincting.
You're welcome, Travel. Thank you.
Our avian de-extinction process presents its own complexities and challenges.
The
first step is to sequence the dodo's genome. In collaboration with Colossal scientific advisor and lead
That's Beth Shapiro, right?
paleogeneticist, Dr. Beth Shapiro, this was completed in 2021 utilizing a specimen housed in Copenhagen's Natural History Museum.
I do feel a little bit put off by this video because the speech feels computer rendered. I don't think this is a human narrator. I think this is like TTS. This is text to speech, which is always a red flag with videos like this, you know? I don't know. In this case, it's like, it just feels low effort. You know? I don't know. Anyway, one of the primary hurdles between, you know, in the way of trying to resurrect the dodo is that as yet it is impossible to clone a bird. We just can't do it yet. And it's because bird egg cells are too big. They're not like mammal egg cells where they're very, very small and it's easy to, you know, replace the nuclear material in there. It's really tricky with bird cells. Nobody's been able to do it. And here, I'll give you a link. There we go. Yeah. From the National Audubon Society, the surprising reason scientists haven't been able to clone a bird yet. And this is true to this day. I know this came out in 2021. It's still true today. So, yeah.
Now, we move forward with sequencing the genome of the Nicobar pigeon, the dodo's closest living relative, and the Rodriguez solitaire, the dodo's closest genetic relative.
Huh.
Using computational biology, we'll analyze the relevant genomes to understand...
And by the way, I feel like I should emphasize this too. This is really neat in that we can actually... We know the closest living relative of the pigeon is the dodo, is the Nicobar pigeon. Dodos were themselves a kind of giant flightless pigeon. So we'll look them up on the Tree of Life right now. Nicobar pigeon. There we go. It's a different genus than the dodo, so they're not... Unfortunately, it's not like they're very closely related species in the same genus. We're talking about different genera here. So there's some distance between them. But there is the Nicobar pigeon, which are still alive today. They're near threatened, which could be worse. The dodo is extinct. That is right there on the Tree of Life next to the Nicobar pigeon. And then the Rodriguez solitaire, which is even closer to the dodo, apparently. Yeah, so these two were actually closer than this guy. That makes sense. They share a common ancestor 10.8 million years ago. So they've had about 10 million years of evolution between them, like, diverging. So they're going to be fairly different. If you want to resurrect the dodo, resurrect. Basically, what they're going to try and do here is to... take basically this kind of a bird, like a Nicobar pigeon, fiddle around with its genome and create something that superficially resembles a dodo. It wouldn't be a true dodo in a strict sense. It would be like a facsimile, a superficial reworking of it, if that makes sense. You know? Unfortunately, we don't have a time machine to go back and collect a breeding population. So this is the best option we got right now, Desmodus. And whether or not it's possible, we'll find out over the next few years.
Of the Nicobar pigeon, the dodo's closest living relative, and the Rodriguez solitaire, the dodo's closest genetic relative. Using computational biology, we'll analyze the relevant genomes to understand the desired physical traits of our modern dodo and design editing experiments using FormBio, Colossal's bioinformatics software. Unlike with mammals, our scientists need to work with PGCs. These are cells that can be extracted from a bird's egg shortly after it is laid, then cultured in a dish.
So the link that I gave you earlier about why it's thus far impossible to clone birds deals with this right here. It kind of explains that.
Currently, this technology is built for the cellular makeup of certain mammalian species. At this stage, our team will need to optimize the editing technologies in the cells of non-model avian species. To accelerate our timeline and bring efficiency to our process, our scientists will work to determine a handful of genome edits in Nicobar pigeon cells before employing technology to handle the multitude of additional edits needed.
So like I said, basically here they're going to try and take a Nicobar pigeon and then edit its genome to turn it into something superficially resembling a dodo. Does that make sense? Are we all on the same page here at this point?
At this point, we can finally begin the top-to-bottom editing of the Nicobar pigeon genome to replicate the physical characteristics of the dodo. Checking our work throughout our process is absolutely essential, and our validated cell lines will need to be tested for proper phenotype and biological viability. Using a micropipette, we'll inject the edited cells into a new egg at the same stage of development. Those cells will become the sperm or eggs that the hatched bird carries, and will carry dodo genetic traits.
To my knowledge, this has never actually been done successfully in a bird, so this is a really crucial step. I could be wrong about this, but I think this has never actually been done successfully, ever, in a bird. Yeah.
At this stage, our scientists plan to leverage an interspecies germline transfer with chickens.
There you go.
If the cell lines are similar enough, we can capitalize on the daily egg production capabilities of chickens to dramatically accelerate bird production.
So basically, it's a lot of jargon there, but the idea is that they would take a Nicobar pigeon, alter its genome to make it superficially similar to a dodo, and then you would take that germline and stick it into a chicken so that basically you take a domestic chicken who just becomes like a dodo factory. Just out come dodo eggs is the idea. I'm grossly oversimplifying here, but they would basically like hijack the reproductive system of a chicken, of a hen, so that she's just producing these eggs of the superficially recreated dodo. Does that make sense?
Now is the time for science to step in, as the wingman our wildlife so desperately needs, and in doing so, we can turn life as we know it into life as we know it should be.
Okay. Yeah. So interesting stuff. Interesting. Again, I wish them all the luck in the world. The dodo did not go extinct naturally. Its extinction is a direct consequence of human stupidity and greed and carelessness and recklessness. We killed this bird. It was a murder, you know, and so for people who go like, oh, you know, they died out a long time ago, why bother with that? I do think there is some kind of moral obligation, or at least moral culpability. We killed this bird. We drove them into extinction. They were doing just fine on their island for millions of years. And then, within like less than a century of humans arriving, they're all gone. So yeah. It's a travesty that we drove these critters into extinction. If we could bring them back, man, that would be wonderful. But that's a big if, in my opinion. I would love for this to be the case. I would love for this to work. And I wish them all the luck in the world. But holy cow, is that going to be difficult? And so I would maybe don't get too excited about it just yet, because I think the chances of failure are honestly much higher than the chances of success. But I also very much hope I'm wrong, you know? I'd love to be optimistic about this. Time will tell. We'll see what happens there. You know? Yeah. BXbone says, do we really want to bring these creatures back? Well, BXbone, I mean, I just said that dodos, we killed them. They would still be here today if it weren't for human recklessness, stupidity, carelessness, and greed. They would 100% still be here if we had just given them the respect that they deserved. So we 100% should bring them back if we can. But if we can, that's a big if right there, you know? Yeah. And holy moly, Melissa in denial.
Melissa in denial and their 16 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Melissa in denial, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Melissa, I got your email and I need to respond to that. But I'm very much interested in doing a joint stream with you. A conversation between an archaeologist and a paleontologist. I'm here for it. Let's make it happen. I've been super busy lately. I'm preparing for like 3 different conferences, and I've got some manuscripts that I'm working on and a bunch of other stuff, so there's a lot on my plate. But I will get back to you ASAP, Melissa. And it's happening? Yes, indeed. Yeah. How are you doing, Melissa in denial? It's great to see you. If anybody's not yet following Melissa in denial, she is an Egyptologist and an archaeologist. She studies ancient Egypt and broadcasts live on Twitch, talking about ancient Egyptian culture, Egyptology. Yeah. She doesn't work on dinosaurs, obviously. Just like I don't work on archaeology. But yeah. And DD the Schmay says, I'm new here. I came from Melissa in Denial's channel. Well, welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me introduce myself. I am Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking to people about fossils. Answering your questions. Trying to peel back the curtain and show you how fossil science works, you know? Whether we're discussing my own research or that of my colleagues, alive or long since passed. I want to give you an inside scoop into paleontology, show you how fossil science works. So yeah. And good evening to you too, a pink-haired Christian. Welcome. Great to have you here. I feel like this might be a wonderful opportunity for a quick little welcome video for all the new folks. Melissa in Denial, thank you again for your raid. I really appreciate that. We just finished a video here, by the way, talking about the possibility of de-extincting the dodo, which I really hope that will work, but man, do they have their work cut out for them. I'm not convinced it's going to be successful, but yeah, we shall see. But anyway, you know what will be successful is this little welcome video. Previously recorded Danny is going to tell you a little bit about who I am, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So without further ado, let's let him take the reins. Previously recorded Danny, the floor is yours. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. Like Can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So, we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his beard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And thank you even more to our friend Melissa in Denial, who streams Egyptology here on Twitch, and to whose email I really do need to respond soon. See if I can do that tonight, Melissa. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Excellent stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I was actually thinking about wrapping things up here myself in just a little bit. So, let's maybe go over our schedule real quick. Talk about what I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, and then if anybody has any questions in the meantime, too, I am here for them. So, speak now or forever hold your questions, I guess. But somebody type in the ! schedule command, or calendar, or whatever it is, I forget. But that'll link you to this. Tomorrow, I think, I've not written the questions yet, but I think we're going to be doing a rollicking game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, a review game. Kind of talking about all the stuff that we've been talking about for the past week, since our last Who Wants to Be a Millionaire review game. That should be a lot of fun. And we'll be going over some fossil news too, probably. Yeah. And Nell, email, shoot, I've been absolutely swamped with emails lately, Nell, so let me look here. Let's see. There's the one from Melissa. OpenAI, Twitter, Kickstarter. Chronic Reader, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. You look at my spam? Got a bunch of Nigerian princes asking me for money. Buttercup asking me. I'm not seeing anything, Nell. No. Shoot. Captain Paul, Dino Display. I have not, no. Did you type it in correctly? Paleontologizing@gmail.com. Bunch of stuff from Raid Shadow Legends. I'm not even the least bit interested in any of that. It's like sponsorship proposals and stuff, not interested in. Oh boy. But yeah, and there you go, Nell. Yeah. Anyway, I will have to go ahead and check into my emails a little more thoroughly, go through the spam and all that stuff. But yeah. Anyway. Viewership seems to be dropping. I need to make myself some dinner here. And I've got to get ready for tomorrow's stream and start writing some of those questions for our game show. Unless something else comes up. So, it is about time, I think, for us to wrap up tonight's broadcast. Mayor Spaces, how many Shadow Legends do you think Tyrannosaurus could raid? You know, how many woods could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck woods? That's a question for the ages, Mayor Space. Yeah, what else is for the ages? It's a terrible segue. I'm sorry. Are these credits? Thank you, everybody, for your enthusiasm, for your questions, for everything else. Don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science here. Melissa rated into us. We're going to pass this along to somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. So don't go scurrying away until after we raid, at least. Let's do a big ol' impressive raid here. See who else we've got currently. Pickings are a little bit slim tonight. We can't raid Melissa. She already raided us. But we might get a chance to see some owls hatch out live before our very eyes. We're going to go raid Hoot House livestream for Thursday Birds Day. Hoot House live stream. It would help if I could spell house correctly, right? Hoot House live stream. Bow. There we go. This is a wonderful channel in which there are a bunch of webcams set up inside of an owl box. And look at all those eggs. Holy cow. Mama owl sitting on top of them. Papa owl probably sitting outside. That's probably him right there. Anyway, you'll see in just a minute, chat. These living dinosaurs down in Southern California. You might get lucky and actually see some young hatch out of the eggs. Anyway, thank you everybody for another wonderful stream. Thank you for your financial support. Thank you, moderators, for keeping this train on its rails. I appreciate your hard work, moderators. Thank you. And to all of the lurkers, and the chatters, and the watchers, and the cheerers, and the gifters, and the subscribers. Thank you, everybody, for everything that you do to support Science Outreach here on Twitch. It really is extraordinary, and I appreciate you more than you know. I'll be streaming again tomorrow at 2 p.m. California time. We'll be talking about fossil news and viewer Q&A, all that good stuff. We'll see what tomorrow brings on the live broadcast. But until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Let's go check out these owls, see what they're up to. I'll see you there. Bye-bye.